All right, electronic music camp. Okay, any housekeeping stuff first? You know where you are, sort of, more or less. So we'll be in here kind of all day today and tomorrow. And then the afternoon lectures are also in this room. Yeah?
What's the name of this building? Like if I want to put this into like Google Maps, or does
Community
it have a name?
campus.
What is it?
Community campus.
Community campus or music campus or something like that?
Did you get a map?
I don't think
Did I just hand you that envelope?
No, I got mine last night.
Okay,
There's a map in it.
There's not a map in that
I
envelope?
could be so wrong. I think I have it.
Anyway, yeah, campus, community campus, something like that, yeah. Some of your rehearsals with the ensemble might be here too. The ensemble likes to rehearse, I think, upstairs, or in years past. That's happened. I don't know what will happen this year. If Elliot tells you different on anything that I tell you, Elliot is correct, because it's his show. What's that?
Oh, on Google it just says Alba Music Festival.
Oh, that's good. Wi-Fi info is on the board behind you, and bathrooms are out this door and immediately left. There's 2 bathrooms right there. So, what we do today and tomorrow in my little presentations here vary, as you probably maybe guessed already. I'm a pretty informal dude, so shout out questions as they come. I have sort of presentations, but we can go any direction that we want to go. And so I'm not married to getting through anything. We're just gonna get through whatever we get through. So if you feel like your question might derail me, I welcome it. Derail all you want. Yeah, cool. So let's get help me understand our backgrounds a little bit. So tell me your name again, because I'm very bad with names. So help me with that. So your name, and just kind of what your background is with electronic music up to this point, where you are, or if there's anything that you feel is like your big deficiency, whatever comes to mind. Cool? All right, let's start here.
Sure. My name's Thomas Nissum.
Thomas, right.
My background with electronic music is extremely limited.
Okay.
I've just been using, fiddling around with synthesizers a little bit, and I've used Ableton a little bit and Cubase a little bit, but and so my big deficiency is,
Okay, cool. And you're a pianist,
Yes.
you said. Cool. It's good to know also. Great, okay. Let's go on.
I use like a boutique recreation of the Jupiter 8 synthesizer, and I like hook that up to like guitar pedals and I record that into like Pro Tools and stuff like that.
Oh, cool. So you do some like live processing stuff?
Yeah.
That's
and,
fun.
Yeah, adding effects.
Cool. Interesting.
You can skip me. I don't have any certificate.
Okay.
Nathaniel, and I took a Reason class with Elliot.
Reason class,
So
all
we
right.
dove deep into Reason and had a bunch of projects. We did one on Ableton, but I could never get the hang of Ableton. For some reason, there was just something I could not comprehend and couldn't make anything sound the way I wanted it to sound on there. But
Interesting.
I've seen him use it in Earworm and things where it's like live processing. That's very cool.
Cool. And that was at Indiana? Okay. Some others gonna say Reason, Indiana. Oh yeah, that feeling you have of like there's some mystical element of Ableton that I'm not quite getting. This is a very common thing about Ableton. There's a few things in it that work a little bit different than other things that you just kind of have to wrap your head around. It's weird because it's a piece of software that right out of the box, it is not particularly obvious how it works if you have a traditional music score reading background. You know, if you don't have that, if you are from like a DJ background, it makes a lot of sense right out of the box. But for us that are used to reading scores, you know, that move from left to right and all these things, it can give you a moment of panic. I get it. Cool.
Hey, my name is Brittany Benton,
Brit-
and I have a music technology minor from my undergrad.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I saw
There's
that.
a lot of like recording engineering stuff and like setting up microphones, and I think we use like a Mac ecosystem. You guys use Mac at all?
Mac ecosystem, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I do a lot of like media scoring, like film scoring and things
Okay.
like that. I use Cakewalk currently, but I bought Keybase in an effort to try to move over. I would say my biggest deficiency is probably like live processing. I have no idea how to do any live processing at all. And I work with a lot of like virtual instruments.
Okay.
Like the MIDI keyboard
Cool.
and things like that.
Where was your undergrad?
UNLV.
UNLV.
In Las Vegas, yeah.
Right, you're not the Berkeley person.
No.
No, you didn't go to Berkeley. Someone went to Berkeley, not in the bigger camp.
There was like a camera.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, great.
Aiden Feeney, I'm pretty much just here listening in. But I have a little bit of limited experience with electronic music. I took a overview of electronic music sort of class this past semester, and dove into Ableton, did some stuff with PD. Pretty limited knowledge though, not gonna lie.
Okay, cool. All right, well, let me tell you a little bit about me, what my background is in electronic music. So I was a classical music snob for many, many years, and I did my undergrad degree in classical guitar and performance, and I did 2 master's degrees, one in composition and one in electronic music. And that's kind of how I got into electronic music. I went to Peabody and they said, I auditioned for the composition master's degree. But I also applied for an electronic music scholarship. And they said, well, we'll take you in the comp program, but we can't give you the electronic music scholarship unless you're an electronic music major. So I said, sweet, I'll take your money and do both degrees. So I did that. And actually, like, I kind of got hooked into electronic music as an undergrad. I had a very inspiring teacher, and he kind of got me into it. And I started using Macs. And at the time, the main DAW we were using was Digital Performer, which still exists around a lot. It's not a very popular one, for no good reason, actually. It's a mighty fine program. But back in the 2000s-ish, Digital Performer was the main DAW that you would find in academic settings because it was cheap, relatively cheap, relatively affordable. And it's still around. It's a good program. No one really uses it, which is a little strange. But so I did a lot of Mac stuff back then. I went to Minneapolis to do my doctorate degree in composition, really focused primarily on electronic music, although I still do then and now write a lot of acoustic music, done a lot of orchestra stuff, a lot of string stuff, a lot of string quartets. Currently sort of working on a big solo piano project. So I kind of dabble between 2 things. Actually, I dabble between a lot of different things because I write a lot of acoustic music still. I write a lot of electronic inspired acoustic music, which is bizarre, and vice versa, I guess. So when it comes to electronic music, I do some kind of more traditional classical academic electronic music, but not too much. I've reached a point in my career where I've kind of said, I don't really want to write music that I don't really just love listening to. Like, I want to write music that I can dance around my house to. So I write a lot of dance music. That's kind of my main output right now. Dance music and then like instrumental acoustic music. It's weird. I'm a conflicted person. But and we'll talk more about this tomorrow when we deal with the business stuff, but I really kind of found myself in a very fortunate situation where I get to get up in the morning and write what I feel like writing, and then try to make some money from it. So a lot of that is dance music and similar things. Let's see. Oh, right, okay. So the plan for today, so we have from now until noon, and well, I guess technically we got started when we were in the little cafe. So from now until noon and then the afternoon, what I was thinking about doing is starting with just some kind of big picture stuff about electronic music as it relates to the composition world. Like I don't want to talk, well, I'm more than happy to talk about making dance music, but I'm assuming that's not maybe your bag. And we can, so there are some kind of big picture things that I've developed over the years about writing music using computers. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about that. And then what I heard from my little survey was a lot of you are interested in diving deeper into Max. So maybe we'll do a little bit of Max in the afternoon. Maybe we'll do a little bit of Max this morning too. I mean, I could and have given year-long classes on Max. You're not going to master Max in an afternoon here. But, yeah, sorry. Well, in a way you can, because I have this philosophy about Max, which is that the way you learn Max, it's really quite simple in a way. The way to learn Max is to learn how to learn Max. Once you do that, you're good to go. So Max has these little objects and there are, maybe, I don't know, 10,000 of them or so. You're not going to memorize 10,000 objects, right? But what you need to do is memorize how to find out what each object does, how to find the object that you want to use, and then how to incorporate it into your project. So once you learn how to find those things and how to find out what it does and how to use it, then learning Max becomes a lot easier. So we'll talk more about that coming up. Okay, any questions? Thoughts, concerns? Cool. Okay, so let's talk about these big kind of thoughts with writing music. Do any of you feel like when you're writing electronic music, do you ever feel like you write acoustic music and then you write electronic music and your style doesn't carry over to the other one? In other words, like if you wrote a string quartet and a purely electronic piece, they would not sound like they were from the same person. They feel like different things. Do you feel like that? Okay, it's very, 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 very common. And it's something that I struggled with for a long time. I guess it's debatable whether or not that's good or bad. It might be fine. But for me, it really bothered me. Like I wanted to have a voice that came through and no matter what medium I was writing for. To me, it'd be like if I wrote a string quartet and a piano piece and they sounded like two different things, right? They shouldn't. They should sound like they came out of the same human in one way or another. So what I started doing is kind of developed some kind of philosophies around writing electronic music that would help minimize that would kind of treat it more like my acoustic music. I have this friend, another composer named Lou Bunk. Anyone ever hear of Lou Bunk? He's in the Boston area. His name is Lou Bunk. Ask AI to draw a picture of Lou Bunk and it's going to be right. Like that's him. He sounds exactly like his name. He's a goofy guy. But anyway, him and I were at a concert once. I can't remember where, but in Buffalo, New York, and we were listening to some completely electronic piece of music, and I didn't like it at all, and he really did like it, and I was like, "What are you getting out of this?" Because to me, this is just bleeps and weird stuff. It doesn't have form, it doesn't have structure, it doesn't have anything. And he told me about this philosophy he has, and this is probably 10 years ago, and I've since adapted this, and I love it. It helps a lot. He uses this philosophy of the alien ensemble. So imagine you've gone to a concert and you are hearing completely acoustic music. Okay, everything is acoustic. However, you're on like Venus. Okay, and no, you're on like a way far away solar system. So laws of physics don't apply. Totally different physics. Totally different everything. But you should be able to evaluate the music you're hearing by assuming that all the electronic sounds, like imagine they're being played by acoustic instruments. These are alien acoustic instruments that you've never heard of before, and they don't need to obey the laws of physics, our laws of physics. But you can sit there and imagine this ensemble on the stage and like kind of put together just imagine a concert where that happens. So when you're writing, you can do the same thing. Like think, what would this be like on stage if this was performed by humans or aliens, more accurately? So here's my first big piece of advice. When you're writing electronic music, split the process into 3 parts. Wait, I'm going to rephrase the way I just said that because I don't want to tell you right and wrong ways to doing stuff. I hate that. Like when you see like TikTok videos or whatever, and they're like, I've been doing something wrong my whole life, and they show you, that always pisses me off because I'm like, you're not doing it wrong, you're just doing it differently. There's no wrong way to do like stuff, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, there's no wrong way to write music, but this is a method that I use, and it's been really, really helpful. So especially in electronic music, actually kind of exclusively in electronic music. So split your process into 3 pieces. I'm going to write this down because that's how much I believe in it. Okay.
Should film you writing this.
What's that?
Film you writing this down.
Oh, maybe.
They never tell you what they said you were going to answer.
What's that?
Those advertisements, they like the one thing that you need to be doing.
Oh yeah, they're going to wait till the end. That's clickbait stuff. Yeah. Okay, so three steps. First, the song. So whether or not you're doing composition or anything, I just call everything a song right now. So that means in your computer, write the music, write the notes and the rhythms. Do not worry about the sound design and do not worry about the mix. Because here's what's going to happen. If you worry about the sound design at the same time, so let me define sound design real quick. So the sound design is going to be like if I'm writing acoustic music and I want a piano sound, I'm going to write piano. But in electronic music, if I want a piano sound, I got to choose between 5,000 different pianos that I have on my computer, right? So that is going to, what's the word? Or there's a phrase for this. It's like death by... No, what is that? It's like death by options, right? Like I have paralysis. Yes, there we go. Option paralysis or whatever. Decision paralysis. So you're going to write your tune, you're going to be working on a piece, and then you're going to say, okay, I want to put a piano sound here. What piano sounds do I have? And then you're going to scroll through, and you're going to stop the creative process completely, and you're going to just like go through sounds and like, oh, maybe this one is good. If I put a filter on it, a little delay, do that, go back to another one. And now like your kind of creative moment is just long gone. So don't do that. Just focus on getting the notes and the rhythms in the right spots. Write the skeleton of the piece of music. Once you've finished that, then go back and do layer 2, which is sound design. So after some practice, you'll get in the moment of saying like, okay, now I'm in my sound design mode. I'm not thinking compositionally anymore. Now I'm just thinking about what sounds are gonna work best here. And then that's your time to like obsess over that stuff. But at the same time, we're not gonna obsess over the mix and the balance. This is a whole nother layer that will kill us by paralysis of options again, right? Like in an acoustic piece of music, we can say, this is forte, this is mezzo forte. That's relatively easy. In electronic music, we can say, this is negative 25.3 dB, and this is, like it just goes on and on. So don't do that. Don't worry about the mix. After you finish all the sound design, then go back and say like, okay, now let's adjust the levels. Let me see if I have.
Can I ask a really basic question?
Of course.
You've defined like sound design. What's your elevator pitch on like what the mix is to you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like what does the mix mean to you?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what this dumb calendar is doing. I don't want you there. I don't want you to relaunch it. That's my only option. So the mix is a few things, but it's mainly, for lack of a deeper explanation at the moment, it's the balance of stuff. When you're really mixing something, you're also thinking about the balance of frequencies, not just the balance of the different tracks, but what frequencies are represented, making sure you've got a nice full spectrum of sound. You've got low stuff, high stuff, everything in between. You're thinking about the left and right panning of everything, filling the stereo space. You're thinking about depth. So basically like when we're mixing, we're mostly thinking like panning, right, is left and right. So we can go like that. But then also like depth is primarily, this is an oversimplification, but reverb gets us no reverb, a lot of reverb. So with reverb and panning, we can create a three-dimensional space. That all goes into the mix. And then obviously the balance of different instruments, yeah.
So your spatialization just with the reverb or?
Yeah, or some other tool. There are a lot of spatialization tools, but yeah, getting a three-dimensional feeling piece happening, yeah. Okay, let me. Do I have? Okay, I'm gonna open this kind of unplanned. So this probably isn't gonna sound right because I don't have all the files on this computer, but one thing you'll see in this piece, there it is. Yes, okay. So this is a piece of mine. It's like a whole bunch of MIDI stuff. But one thing you'll notice in this is that if we zoom in, you can see, let me super zoom in. So all these tracks are called roads. And the reason that they're all called roads is because when I was writing it, I queued up a Rhodes organ, which is just kind of what I do a lot because I just like it. It's really easy to blend a Rhodes organ with kind of anything. So I queued up a Rhodes organ, I put it on a whole bunch of tracks, and I started writing. Because I didn't want to do this yet. I was just here. but I need something, right? Like if you're gonna make sure you've got notes and rhythms in the right spot, you gotta hear them. So I just put Rhodes organ on everything. Basses, sometimes I use just like a generic piano sound for this also, but like basses, pads, synths, leads, not drums, but maybe drums sometimes. Let's put a Rhodes on everything. And then I'm gonna go back and change the sounds of these once I'm in this layer. But that means that I have a lot of sessions that look like this. They're just like Rhodes, 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 Rhodes. Because when I make a new clip here, each one of these is called a clip. When I make a new clip, it just grabs the name of the instrument that's on it. So that's why it says Rhodes for everything. These ended up being bells. I don't think this is gonna play, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna play it some other day. You can Google this. It's called, this is a piece called Circadian. It's on like...
Is there Wi-Fi?
Yeah, behind you. It's on like Spotify and Apple and whatever. This is a track from an album I put out like, I don't know, a while ago now, 6 years ago or so. And what I was trying to do was, I said, with this album, I said, I'm not going to, like I had just written this big string quartet project and this orchestra thing. And with this, I was like, I'm just gonna write dance music and it's not gonna be weird. I'm like, we're not gonna get weird this time. We're just gonna write like 4 on the floor dance music. And then you can see like nothing lines up. It's all in 5/8. It's all weird. But I do have a kick, just dump, 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 dump throughout all of it. But it's pretty weird. So no matter how much I try not to get weird, sometimes I just get weird. I'm okay with that. Cool, so does that make sense? 3 steps to the process will help you immensely while you're doing this. Now I know some people that really don't like this idea, this separating, making a piece of music in 3 steps like this. The argument against this, the reason why someone might not like it, is because some people would argue that sound design is so crucial to the development of the music that you can't really separate those. And that is true. People who say that to me, I say, right on. I totally agree. However, most of the time in my music, sound design is not the most important thing. I might start a piece of music with a particular sound or have a set of sounds in mind that will help me. Oh, that's lovely. That will inspire the piece and get things moving. So I might have some sound design elements already set up when I'm starting to write the piece of music. And for other people's music, sound design is really critical. But to me, it's very important. But it's not important to the composition itself necessarily. Does that make sense? So I think it's a matter of opinion here. There are people who say do songwriting and sound design simultaneously, and then focus on the mix later. That works for some people. It might work for your music. This 3-step thing works for my music. And the mix is the same way. While I'm writing, I'm doing some mixing, right? Like I'm gonna balance stuff a little bit just by ear, quick as I go. Oh, this is louder than that. But I'm not gonna obsess over it. You know, I'll go back and mix it later. And in fact, I usually have, often, for this album I did, have somebody else mix my music. When you get really complicated tracks going, it's really helpful to have a fresh set of ears do the mix. Especially in electronic music when like, I might write this and then there's like some sound in there that I've heard 10,000 times while I'm writing it and now I've just kind of blocked out. So in the mix, there's something crazy in it. So having a different person mix it can be useful, can be good if you've got the money. I mean, it's really just a matter of money. But even if it's just like someone who's similarly talented as you, that's just like a friend or something like that, that's fine too. It's really just a fresh set of ears. That's helpful. You can mix your own stuff. That's just fine too. I mix things for other people and let other people mix my things. I think it's a healthy process. So do what you like. Yeah.
How do you know when you're done mixing?
Oh, that is such a good question. If you figure out an answer to that, let me know. How do you know when you're done mixing? You can mix a project for the rest of your life. You know, you could just keep mixing and mixing and mixing. Mixing is an art. It definitely impacts the piece of music a lot. You know, like a lot. So, and this is true in like acoustic music too. You know, if you had an orchestra piece and I mix a recording of your orchestra piece, it's going to sound different than if Elliot mixes it. You know, and it's going to bring out different things. But in an electronic piece, that's like even more so, you know. I tend to, how can I say this? A lot of people have the habit of working on a mix again and again and again. I have a little bit of the opposite problem. Just the way my brain works is that I'll work on a mix for maybe a day, and then I might get to a point where I'll say, you know, that's pretty great. I'm cool with that. And then I'm a little too quick to be done with it sometimes. I don't know why that is, but I'm okay with it. Like I'm always the one, in like a recording session, I'm always the one that says, when we're saying like, what should the keyboard do in this track? I'm always gonna be the person that says, maybe we don't need keys in that track. Like maybe less is more, and that's good. So for me, the mix is done when you say it's done. A lot of the time, it's a matter of getting it to the point where you're happy with it, putting it away for 2 or 3 days, go back to it. If you're still happy with it, it's done. If you go back to it after a few days, listen to it with fresh ears, and it's not quite right, then keep going. But this, you know, it's the same problem every artist since the beginning of time has had. How do we know when that painting is done? You could just keep going forever, you know? So I wish I had a better answer for that, but that's a great question. The same is true with sound design. You know, I could forever just be unhappy with sound design. I'm fairly unhappy with the sound design on this track, actually. I shouldn't say fairly unhappy. I don't love the sound design on this track, but I love that it's done. So that's good for me. Yeah, cool. Any other questions? Cool. One more kind of big piece. My iPad says it's 3 a.m. That's not right. All right.
All my devices didn't switch over either.
Really? My phone switched over. I think I just haven't connected to the Wi-Fi on this yet.
Switched it.
4 p.m. 4:05.
You know, I always have my watch set to be local time, and then underneath that, it's Minneapolis time, so that so whenever I'm traveling, it always says Minneapolis time. When I'm in Minneapolis, it says the time twice, but whatever. But it's just so that anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Okay, so if you learn nothing else today, take that away, try that, split it into 3 parts. I'm going to give you another kind of similar thing, a way of working that I recommend when making electronic music that'll make your life a lot easier. Create a palette, okay? This goes back to the idea of paralysis by options. So when we make electronic music, we can use any sound that has ever been made or you can ever imagine, right? It's possible to use. We could use the sound of that bird chirping out there. We could use the sound of our feet shuffling. We could use the sound of a violin. Anything is possible. And that is deadly. That kills us a lot of the time, right? Because we can literally use anything. And you're like, okay, where do I start? So what I always do, and I highly encourage you to do this, is create some kind of a palette. And what that means is just like, like a painter's palette. Painter doesn't put every possible color on their palette and then start painting, right? They choose some colors that they're going to use, maybe 4, right? 3 or 4 colors. But then they also know that they can blend those in different ways to make complementing colors, to expand it a little bit more, but still keep it contained. So, do I have one set up actually? This is not my production computer. I use like a desktop at home. So this doesn't have everything on it that I normally use. But you can see here it says, well, no, that's probably not it. There's some stuff here. Let's see. Okay, so what I might do in some situation is say, okay, I'm working on a new project. Where did my mouse go? There it is. I might say, okay, I'm working on a new project. What do I want this to sound like? There's a good example. A project I'm working on right now that kind of just wrapped up, sort of, is like a synthwave project. Anyone a fan of synthwave music? You know what synthwave is? Oh, synthwave is so cool. I love synthwave. Synthwave is like if you asked AI to draw a picture of what the 80s sounded like, that's synthwave. Synthwave is like 80s music, but like not, like how, like cyberpunk, that's synthwave. So it's like not how the 80s actually sounded. It's like kind of how we think it sounded and we pretend it sounded, but it's so much cooler than it actually sounded in the 80s. So it's a lot of big synths, big drums, a lot of like heavy reverb. So I just did this synthwave project. It's funny, I did it as instrumental music because I just wanted to make a bunch of synthwave because it was really fun. But then I started collaborating with this singer who's going to be putting a bunch of stuff on it. So when I sat down to do that project, I said, okay, we're going to make a bunch of synthwave music. Let's make a palette. Like, let's figure out what sounds we're going to use, not just for this track, but for this whole album, right? For like 12 tracks. So I might have identified maybe 5 drum sounds, 3 or 4 synth sounds, a couple of bass sounds, and maybe some miscellaneous samples and stuff in there. And I'm going to use those primarily for the whole thing. Like if I'm working on a track and I need a synth sound, I'm going to go to one of those 3 synths. I'm not going to like dig through everything. I'm just going to use those 3. Now when I'm done and go through the sound design layer, I might use one that wasn't in the palette. I might pull something else out, maybe. But I'm going to try to really restrict myself to those things, just so that I can focus on composing, not focus on the sound design, but also so I can just limit my palette, because that makes things sound better, right? Like if you were writing a string quartet and then you put like an oboe in the middle of it for no reason, it would be weird. Like, why is that oboe there? So the same thing happens in electronic music. If I've got like this cool dark synth sound and all of a sudden this really bright bell sound comes in, like, what the fuck is that doing there? Like, what am I doing? There's got to be a reason for it. So designing this kind of palette is important. You don't have to, you can break that rule a lot. So if you want to throw something in that's not in that palette, do it. You can totally do that. But start by defining what sounds you're going to use. Make a folder of like 10 sounds or so and just use those. This is especially true on drums. If you're doing any kind of like drum-based thing with like a beat or a pulse or anything like that, then pick some drums that work well together so that you're not using like different drum kits on every track. You know what I mean? If we listened to Tool and he used a totally different drum kit on every song, it would be super weird, right? Like the drummer uses the same drum kit on every song. Album to album, he's going to modify it a little bit, but it's the same sounds. When he hits a snare, it's a snare sound, more or less. So make a palette, stick to it, but let yourself break it sometimes. I wish I would have grabbed my synthwave palette. Let me see if I can find. Well, maybe later. I'll pull up some synthwave later. Cool. Any questions on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
When you say palette,
Yes.
is that a generic term for like a sketch pad, or when you're working in a DAW or in Ableton, is that actually a part of the software?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. No, there are ways to do it in Ableton, but in any software you can do it. It could be as simple as just like making a folder and saying like, these are the sounds I'm going to use. Ableton has, and a lot of software has this, but we have this like collections area. So you can go into here, hit edit and say like, this one I could say sounds for this project. Turn that on. Done. Now I could go into like, let's go into like some synths, whatever. Here's a preset. Oops, hold on. I should probably like turn my audio on. Audio output. Let's just do that. It's like a weird like glare on my screen. It's really hard to see. Okay, cool. So let's say that's a sound I like. I'm going to put that in my palette. Now I could just control click on this and say sounds for project. Now it's in that. Cool, that one. Yeah. And maybe like, here are just some like samples. Definitely.
It does sound like a Depeche
Yeah.
It's literally like, I can't think of the song, but I'm pretty sure it was something really similar.
I could put audio effects also go in the palette. So I could say like, there's a particular reverb.
Oh gosh.
Let's say like this reverb I'm really into, so we'll use that. So whenever I need a reverb, I'm going to use that reverb preset. I might adjust it a little bit, but that's going to be my reverb for this project. And I probably am going to put like 2 or 3 reverbs in there, really honestly. But so I'm just kind of scaling things down so that I can focus on writing and not focus on getting crippled by decision making. Do you have a question?
Yeah, in regards to the mix, just like kind of like listing out all the parameters and how you like approach each. Well, maybe that's like too specific, but I would like to, because mixing I'm really weak on.
Okay.
I probably do everything, and then I come to, like I haven't been taught mixing at all, so it's just
Cool. Yeah, me neither.
the more I can.
I mean, you know, it's really
It just
funny.
comes to your taste.
Yeah, well, I mean, I studied it. I didn't. I always tell people that like This is weird. I don't want to go too much down this rabbit hole because it goes into a tangent. It gets a little political and weird. But towards my feelings towards academia. But basically, the joke I always tell people is that when I finished my doctorate, I could code you a compressor, but I didn't really know how to use a compressor. You know what I mean? Like I didn't learn how to really use these tools. Not the way that like popular music makers use those tools. You know what I mean? I could build you one. I could build you a compressor, but no one taught me really how to use one. Now I forgot what your question was. Oh yeah, mixing. So mixing was the same way. Like no one in my entire academic career taught me how to mix something correctly.
Yeah, it's annoying because I'm like studying music technology.
Yeah.
My professor's like, I don't do my mixes. I pay a guy.
Yeah, because a lot of
I'm like, that's the answer.
yeah, and this is where things get a little political, but not political, but a lot of the academic electronic music people, of which I am a recent expat of, because I had an academic job that I actually just quit like a week ago. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So a lot of those people don't know how to do it. They don't know how to mix. They don't know how to master. They don't know, they might know a lot about sound design, but they don't know practical sound design stuff. They just don't know these things. Because it's not something that's taught in academia, so they didn't learn it, and they don't teach it. I didn't learn how to mix until I started hanging out with DJs and like EDM producers. That's how I learned how to do most of the stuff that I know how to do. Now, in hindsight, I'm kind of thankful for my weird background because I studied composition with these people, and they were, most of them, pretty good at composition. So I kind of accidentally fell into the DJ world coming from a composition background, which gave me a unique spin on what I do. But I had to learn a lot from these like, you know, there's like 14-year-old kids on FL that are mixing better than I could mix. You know, it's like, and I have a doctorate, you know, like it's embarrassing. So yeah, I had to learn it. I still don't think I'm particularly good at mixing. I think I can make a respectable mix, but for my own stuff, I'm gonna have someone else do it. I'm not gonna do it. I want a good mix, not a respectable mix. But yeah, so if later on in the week you want to dog on academia and talk about how it's terrible, I'm happy to have that conversation. We'll save that for another time. Yeah, and if you're in Minneapolis and need an Uber, I might be doing it because I just quit my job. I'm just kidding, I won't be, but. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, please.
While we're still on it, like, if we want to, you know, teach ourselves how to mix, what do we do? Do we get in touch with a DJ with a bit of with a teaching background, or like a?
That's a good question.
What do you?
Well, I hate to say this, but I'm going to give you a good answer, I think.
14-year-old on FL.
You can't find a 14-year-old. No, okay, so this kind of dovetails into our talk tomorrow, but I will tell you that 5 or 6 years ago, one of the things that I did was I started a company doing like online production classes. That's like become my bread and butter, really, which is why I quit my job. So I really don't like saying this, but I have an online class on mixing you could buy. I don't know. I think it's pretty good, actually. It kind of goes through steps very specifically, gives you some projects to work on. So we could talk more about that later. But so there are resources out there like that, whether it's something I made or something other people made. There are a lot of people putting like mixing tutorials on YouTube. If you don't have someone in your life that is a good mixer, I hate to say look around on YouTube, but it's not a bad place. There are some people that really know their shit on YouTube doing stuff. There are also people that really don't doing stuff. Your best bet, if you can swing it, is find someone in your area who does good mixing, who you've listened to them and you like them. Call them up and say, I've got a piece of music, I would like for you to mix it. I will pay you your normal rate, and I will pay you an extra $100 or so if you let me sit there with you while you do it. That's what I would do. Most mixers will say, okay, it's going to be boring because we're going to listen to stuff, nudge something, listen to stuff, nudge something, but you're welcome to do it. If you can find someone that's willing to do that and you can ask questions while it's going, I think that's probably the best way to learn. Yeah.
Yeah. So, at any rate, YouTube is better than academia for learning how to.
I don't want to say it that way.
But like, in terms of
some stuff, there are some people making you really good YouTube content on how to do these things. There are some not. So you got to make sure that you find something that's decent. There's a guy who doesn't make tutorial videos online, but he comments on a lot of them. He's kind of a well-known, he's an asshole. He's kind of a jerk of a guy, but he's very opinionated. And when he sees a tutorial that's really good, he'll call it out and say like, this is great, you should watch this. So I encourage you to follow this guy. He goes by the name Greasy Will. Greasy, Greazy, Greasy Will. Greazy. And then
Is it like hair grease or with a D? What did you say?
Greasy with a Z. Greasy.
Greasy.
Yeah.
not a real word.
And then W-I-L, I think is his. Yeah, I think his real name's Will.
Crazy Will.
Greasy Will. Yeah. He's an interesting guy. He's a recordist. He recorded and produced. What did he just win a Grammy for? Kendrick Lamar? No. Oh, Run the Jewels.
Oh, shit.
Who's the guy?
Killer Mike?
Killer Mike. Killer Mike's album won a Grammy last year.
Scientist.
Yeah. So Greasy Will produced that.
Shit, okay.
Yeah, he's really interesting. And so he does a lot of TikTok stuff where he basically tells people they're idiots, but every now and then he'll say like, here's some really good stuff. So that's one resource that just comes to mind off the top of my head. All right. Any other questions on anything at all? Yes?
Will we be going over like really basic, like how to use a compressor, how to use EQ, like really basic? I'm not saying like
If you want to.
if people in here would appreciate it, then sure.
Who knows how to use a compressor? All right. Now we're using a compressor. Here we go. Okay. Okay. No, for real. This is great. Let's do it. Okay, so what does a compressor do? Does anyone know what a compressor does?
Does it build
Yes.
the top of the wave?
Say that one more time from the beginning.
Let's just go on. Let's just go on.
Okay.
That's
All right.
frequencies outside of ranges, right?
It doesn't really do much with frequencies necessarily.
It boosts the amplitude.
It's an amplitude effect, yes. So really when we talk about effects, there's kind of three categories of effects. Everything more or less falls into these three with maybe a fourth. The three categories of effects are amplitude effects, things that affect, or what we call dynamic effects is a better word for them. Things that affect the dynamics, volume. Pitch effects is another one, things that affect the pitch. Time effects, things that affect time, like delays and things like that. And there's sort of a fourth called like utility effects, things like that. Things like, mono splitters and stuff. So, compressor is a dynamic effect. It just affects the volume. And the way I like to explain a compressor is by first explaining normalization, which is similar but different. Does anyone know what normalization is? Okay. So if I go to export this, if I go File, Export Audio, I have all these options of things I can do to this sound when it exports. And one of them here is normalize. I can turn normalizing on and off. Here's what normalizing is going to do. Normalizing let me pull this out. We're going to get technical here. All right. Need a better marker. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right. So we've got, let's say this is our audio range, is this staff. Okay, so this top line is the loudest thing we can do before we distort. Okay, so we're going to call that 0. Because
This is like sampling rates?
no, this is SPL or like audio, what do we call it? Dynamic range. So dynamic range on a computer generally goes from like -1 to 0. 0 is the top. That's the loudest. If we go over 0, we distort. Okay? So that's actually not put -1 there. It's a little confusing. But the top is 0. So everything is in negative numbers. If you look at the meters, you'll see they're all negative numbers. Okay, so let's say our waveform is looking like this. Okay, very unscientific, but that's okay. So what normalizing is going to do is it's kind of a two-step process. First, the computer is going to say, okay, you want me to normalize this. That means that this is the top. And we're not there. We're not at the top. We've got some room, right? We've got that much room. Those are probably our 2 loudest points, and there's a little bit of room there. So the computer is going to say, where are those points, our loudest points? Where are they? Then it's going to say, what are they? So we're going to say this loudest point is going to be like negative, well, let's just say like -8 or something like that. Okay, so -8 is about right there. So we've got -8 to 0 left. Okay, that's the amount of headroom we have. That's what's left in that mix. So what normalizing is going to do is it's going to say, okay, we've got like 2 basically to make up here before we get to 0. Or no, that's not right. My math brain isn't working yet. Basically, we've got this much space. So it's going to boost this whole thing by this much so that everything gets this much louder, okay? So it's going to normalize it by finding the loudest point, setting that to 0, and then boosting everything else the same amount, okay? Now, what that does is it makes it so your loudest point in your track is the loudest point that it can be, right? But it does not change the dynamics of the music, right? The dynamics are still the same. Everything is just a little louder, okay?
So it's all still scales relative to each other, like the dynamic
Yep.
high and low points.
Yep, everything that was loud just got a little bit louder.
Yeah.
That's all. Everything that was quiet got a little louder. That's it. So there's been no adjustment to our dynamic range, our what's loud and what's quiet. Now, compression is the next level of this. What compression says is, okay, this is our loudest point, sure. How can we make this moment and this moment be the same volume, right? So compression is going to mess up our dynamic range. It's going to make quiet stuff louder and it's going to make loud stuff quieter. So you have to think about how you want to use it. In pop music, we use a ton of compression. We want everything to be as loud as possible in pop music, particularly for like streaming services and for radio, anything like that. And the reason is that if you, what we don't want to have happen is like you're listening to, let's use radio for example. You're listening to the radio and like you're driving your car, you're listening to the radio, everything's cool. You're hearing like that cool new Billie Eilish song. And you're jamming to it, and then the next song comes on and it's quieter. So now you reach for your radio, the volume, you turn it up a little bit so that next song rocks too. So you're like, okay, cool. Then the next song comes on and it's already loud. So now everything's way too loud, right? Now you're blasting your ears off, so you turn it down. Nobody wants you to turn the radio down. The advertisers don't want you to turn the radio down. So now you've got a big problem. So we really want to push everything to be as loud as possible. Now, if you've ever done this particular thing, you're driving, you're listening to the radio, some song comes on that you're sick of, like almost that Billie Eilish song, and you switch over to the classical station, and it is super quiet, right?
Yes.
This is why. When it comes to the dynamic range, the quiets and the louds, in pop music, we want everything loud. Even the quiet feeling stuff, we want to be loud. Now, in classical music, the dynamics of the music matters like a lot, right? Like that's very important. So we tend to not use compression hardly at all, a little bit, but not much in classical music. That's why the classical station is so much quieter. They don't compress stuff. They let things get really quiet when they want to get really quiet. So that's kind of what it does. Now let's look at how to do it. Yes?
Could you give me the definition of compression? I missed it at the beginning.
Definition of compression, how about...
Like effectively what you said like 5 minutes ago when we started.
Yeah.
This bit.
I don't know what I said 5 minutes
Okay,
ago.
it's okay.
It's going to be adjusting the dynamic range of a piece of music. Or if you want to be a little more cartoonish, you could say making loud stuff quieter and quiet stuff louder. Okay, so let's look at how to actually do it. Let's go something new here. Why is my... there we go. Okay. Let's go. Let's find like a piece of music. Oh, this is funny. This is a piece we made in Max last year here. This is a drone Italian version. I don't know what this is, so let's try it. Okay, doesn't want to go. What's happening here other than I need battery? Okay. All right, good example. Actually, not a great example. Better example. Okay, so we can see here on this track, it's got some loud stuff and some quiet stuff, right? It's got those hi-hats that are quite quiet, and it's got kicks and snares that are pretty loud. Okay, great. Drums are a great example for compression. So, what if we wanted our hi-hats louder? What if we want our hi-hats louder? Okay, that is where compression comes in. So, let's go to audio effects. Let's clear that. and go to a compressor and throw it on there. Okay, now you don't have to know how to use Ableton to make this work. The Ableton compressor, the default one, I rather like for teaching because these 3 buttons down here show basically how the compressor works in 3 different ways. It's 3 ways of looking at the same information. So if one doesn't meld with your brain, one of the other ones will. So we've got a couple of kind of technical and confusing things here. The thing we really care about is threshold. GR is gain reduction. Do I have an open mic on? I feel like my voice is like, yes, resonating. It's like my laptop mic was picking up my voice and playing it through the TV. Very quietly, but I could hear it. Anyway, back to our compressor. So the things we really care about are threshold. GR is gain reduction, how much we're reducing it. In some cases, attack and release is quite important, and ratio is always important. And then this makeup button, okay? So let's go through those things. Let's start with threshold. So if I hit play, hold on, I gotta plug in before I forget. Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn it down so I can talk over top of it. Okay, so this blue line is our threshold. So the threshold is above the sound. Okay, so it's not doing anything. We're going to pull our threshold down to get right into that music. Okay, so I'm going to grab this blue line, click and drag, and go down. Okay, now, the yellow line is our gain reduction, the amount that we're reducing it by. You can see that it's basically a mirror image of the waveform, right? Waveform goes up, that goes down, right? Up, down, up, down. So the yellow line is basically a volume knob. As the volume goes up in the waveform, the volume comes down in that yellow line. So actual volume goes up and we're just like squashing it, right? Up, pushing it down, pushing it down. Or another way to say pushing it down would be compressing it, right? We're just squashing it. So we're not doing anything to the quiet stuff right now, right? Quiet stuff is under the threshold. It's just sliding through and it doesn't care. So what we're doing here is we are limiting the dynamic range because we're making the loud stuff quieter. We're not making the quiet stuff louder yet. We'll do that in a minute. Right now we're just making the loud stuff quieter. So if I wanted to make it like super aggressive compression would be like this. Okay, now basically everything is at the same volume. And it's going to be really quiet. Let's turn it up. So now it feels very weird in a way that's hard to describe. But it's basically like the hi-hats and the snare are like the same volume. Right? It makes kind of, like this kind of compression makes just kind of an uncomfortable sound. There's something a little strange about it. I like to compare this kind of thing to like a stage whisper. Anyone do like theater stuff? So like in theater, if like I was on stage and you were the audience, if I was talking to another actor, right, and you're the audience, I'm like this, and I wanted to whisper to that actor, but like as part of the play, like I don't want to be like, your fly is undone, but like say the line, I'm going to do a stage whisper, which is I'm going to make it feel like a whisper, but it's going to be loud enough for everybody to hear it. So it's going to be like, hey, this is a whisper, right? So I'm giving the impression that things are quiet by the timbre of my voice, but I'm actually quite loud. That's what compression does. It still feels like the hi-hats are under the snare when it's compressed, but they're not. Like, they're all the same volume, but we know the snare is loud. So we just kind of assume that. But if you compress something like this, it's way easier to mix. Compression makes mixing easier. It also makes the music less interesting. So balance that out. But okay, let's go a little deeper. So right now we've got threshold is this blue line, orange line, gain reduction. Let's look at makeup. So makeup, also sometimes labeled as makeup gain. What this does is, this is where the quiet stuff is going to get louder. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, we're taking all the loud stuff and we're making it quieter. We're effectively making everything quieter by compressing it down, the peaks, and just flattening it out. Like if we exported this audio file right now, the waveform we would see would just be like flat, right? It'd just be a banded flat. So if I want to actually make it louder by using compression, I'm going to turn on this makeup gain, and what that's going to mean is that it's going to take all of the amount that it's pushing it down, and it's going to continue to push it down, but then it's going to add that amount to everything to lift everything up. So we're going to push all the loud stuff down, and then we're going to boost everything up, okay? So when I turn this makeup on, because we're compressing this by so much, it's going to get loud. So let's do it. Okay, still really compressed. If we export this, we're just going to see that black line. Now, I want you to listen for one thing here. Now, listen for that snare. When that snare hits, notice the gain reduction has to come. So imagine that gain reduction is a volume fader. Oh, this doesn't. This is a rotary mixer. Damn it. That's okay. I wanted a fader that I could point at. But, okay, so here's our fader. This is less good demo. But, okay, so gain reduction is that fader. So when that snare hits, it's got to go, whoa, way down, right? And then that hi-hat hits, and it's going to go, whoa, up a little bit, and then down, and it's got to go all over the place, right? So you can almost feel the amount of time it takes for that to happen if you listen to the snare. Listen to the kind of noise around the snare. You feel it kind of going up and down. You can feel like these lines. It's kind of hard to feel, but it's there. That's where these come into play. These are time, the attack and release time. So we can speed up and slow down how long it takes for our compressor to kick on. And in some software, you can look ahead. Yeah, this is look ahead. So you can basically tell it to go faster than real time because the computer can look ahead at the sound. So the attack is set to 1 millisecond. It's got 1 millisecond to react when there's a loud sound before that volume kicks on. The release is 30 milliseconds right now. So it's going to take 30 milliseconds for it to let go of that volume change. Now that's usually about fine. The only time we really do this is when you're mastering. In mastering, you tend to want a very fast compressor. Do you think we can hear that? Probably not. it feels like that layer of noise that's in there is more consistent when it's going this fast. It just feels like there's a blanket of noise. We don't hear that noise like kind of coming and going because it's happening so fast at this point.
What does the complete opposite sound like, just for reference?
Complete opposite. You mean with the compressor off?
Oh, like a very slow release.
Oh, yeah,
like
sure.
A slow compressor, I guess.
Well, if we put it to 1 second attack, we're not going to hear it. It's not going to turn on. Right? It doesn't. You can see what it's doing. Like it just doesn't have time to get onto it.
Yeah. Is there a way to like make it as, I guess as, what's the word?
As fast as it needs to be.
Yeah. Like
Yeah. There's this
like
auto
a
setting
smooth
here.
graph. Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. But let's slow it down. See now we hear that snare popping out, right? Because it's snare's happening too fast. It can't catch it.
Yeah.
Is this driving you insane? I mean, like making loud stuff and quiet stuff. Okay, makes sense so far? Okay, let's look at different ways of looking at the same stuff. Let me set this back. Okay. Take this back down to like 1 millisecond or so. Down to about 30. Okay. Okay, so we're doing the exact same thing here. We're just looking at it in a different way. All three of these ways that we're looking at are really standard ways to look at compression. So no matter what software you're using, your compressor will look like one of these three things. It might look like this. It might look like the other one. So don't worry. You don't have to master Ableton to know this. This should be familiar on whatever software you're using. Okay. So now what we're seeing is, here's our threshold. It's that. Okay, oops. Turn our threshold up and down. Okay, now you can see our current sound is the little ball. That's where our volume is. The big ball is our threshold. Now the blue line, we couldn't easily see the blue line in the other way we were looking at it. So this has to do with the knee. So the knee is what happens at this point. Okay? So you can see the compressor goes up, and underneath the threshold, it's not doing anything, right? So this is in and out, so it's just leaving it alone. But once it gets past the threshold, it's curving, right? So it's flattening out a little bit. That means that once the volume goes above this line and it's in this area, we're basically scaling it back some, but not all. We're letting it get a little bit louder above the threshold, just not as much, right? If we were doing nothing to the sound, it would look like that. Okay? Now, no matter where the threshold is, it's not going to be doing anything. Because what the threshold says is when we go above the threshold, do something to the sound. We were saying do nothing to the sound. So now it's just going to sound like nothing. It's just no compression. But if we flatten off this stuff at the top, like that. Now, anything that goes over the threshold is not allowed to go any higher. It's just going to smush up against there. It's just going to be flat. If we pull that threshold way down and then do that, again, it's just going to be flat. So this is a lot of compression. See, gain reduction, you can see it happening there. Okay, so the knee is the angle of this, kind of how quickly it changes, but the actual flatness is done on the ratio here. So the ratio is what happens above the threshold. And then the knee is just kind of how sharp that point is. So that can change things a little bit.
So when you said the ratio happens above the threshold,
Yep.
is that... Sorry, it's such a new question. What does that actually represent? Like, what does the number actually represent?
You know, I never really understood that very well. I don't have a good answer to that. I don't really know. So it's like, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, infinity to 1. It's like how much.
Rise over run, right?
What's that?
It's rise over run.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's,
Yeah, it's one over the other.
It's going before it goes up one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Related to this, what, on a really, really nice track where you're just like, oh yeah, this is the best, what is the usual ratio or attack, or what is the usual setting for compressor on those tracks?
What genre of music?
I'd say like dance music. Like
Dance
a really
music?
good dance track, yeah.
Probably about like,
When you're really compressing it, it sounds like a
Okay.
proven
yeah.
track.
I mean, compression is an effect as much as a mixing tool. You can compress for effect. I mean, if you want to make something sound like early hip hop, you know,
Oh, that's what, yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool, that is
Um,
cool.
if you want it to sound more acoustic and natural, less compression, a little bit on the top,
That is neat.
right? So, I mean, we use it as an effect as much as we use it as a mixing tool.
Jay started to do this, but do you mind if I get excused? I just need to use the bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead. If anybody has to go to the bathroom at any point, just get up and go. Yeah.
And I might have to meet you guys later.
That's cool, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want. Okay, let's look at this last way really quick. This is a little bit more simple of a way, but all we're really seeing here is, here's our threshold, here's our gain reduction, and here's our output. The output we had access to over here as well, and this just gives us an opportunity to give it another little boost, kind of another kick, so we can boost the output if we want. If we go over here, we have threshold, gain reduction, and our output. We still have access to, the ratio and all that. We just don't have a very good way of seeing it in this view. But yeah, that's how compression works. Make sense? It can be tricky and it can be annoying, or not annoying, but it can be a difficult concept because it's not like a delay where like you turn it up and you hear this thing go on and on and on and on and on, right? It's more of a subtle effect. Reasons to use it would be, like I said, it makes mixing a lot easier. The less your mix is ebbing and flowing with volume, the easier it is to deal with. But of course, music ebbs and flows with volume. That's what we like about it. So you don't always need to do that. And then you can use it as an effect to get different sounds. And you can use it just when things go nuts. Like, what would be a good example of that? Like sometimes I've been doing a lot of recording guitar stuff lately for some tracks. So I've got a rig and I'm playing like electric guitar to lay on top of a track. So I might record a guitar thing, but at some point I might hit a note that just like really pops out. Like the frequency is just like, you've probably all done this before where you've made something or you're playing something or you've recorded something and everything sounds good, but there's one note that's just really popping out because of like the resonance of the room or something. It's really popping out. Putting some compression on it, even a light amount of compression, can really just tame that note, like keep it from really popping out and then just let it go. If you want to read something really interesting about compression, I encourage you to Google the loudness wars, it's called.
I've heard of that. Was
You've
that
heard of
to do
that?
with, like advertising and no. I was like, well, tracks kept getting louder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're still in the loudness wars, kind of. It was a big deal in the early 2000s, I think, where people were putting more and more compression on tracks so that they could get louder and louder. This is a weird concept because, like, how can the track be loud? Like, I equate this to, this is a weird analogy. Just go with me for a minute. So there are these commercials. I don't think these commercials exist anymore, but there used to be these commercials where they were beer commercials. And they would always talk about the coldest beer, right? You guys remember these? They were like Bud Light is the coldest beer you can get. And I'm like, coldness is not a function of the beer. It's the function of my refrigerator. This is so weird. But this was like the everything. And so I kind of think about that when I'm thinking about like the loudness of a song. Like the loudness is a function of my speakers. It's not a function of your song. But it is a function of the song because of this. So if our song, where'd that marker go?
Because when you turn it up, not one point is going to be too loud. The whole thing will be just
Yes.
all loud. Yeah.
Like if this is our waveform, well, I just broke my rule. If this is our waveform, okay, what we have here is we're going to hear this. We're only going to be able to turn it up this loud, right? This is as loud as we can go. So this is going to sound loud, this is going to sound quiet, and this is going to sound loud. But if we compress this a lot, what we're going to get is this. And we're going to perceive that as louder than the other one. Because at no point does it get quieter. We can turn the volume up and it's loud, 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 loud. So the quiet stuff is louder. If you look at a waveform of any song that's been on the radio, that was designed to be put on the radio, the waveform is going to look like that. It's just going to go all the way to the top. Every note, even the quiet section, it's going to go all the way to the top. Every note. That makes it perceived to be louder. And there are some other tricks we do to make things sound even louder yet, without clipping, without distorting. So the loudness wars was this era where everyone was like, they knew, someone figured out, the louder the song is, the more it gets played and the more money you make on it. Someone figured that equation out. So, and this started before streaming. This started in early 2000s, maybe even in the late 90s. However, a lot of artists started saying, yeah, that's cool that we can make things really loud, but like, it does a disservice to my music. You know, like that's not, I don't want my music to sound like that. I don't want it to sound just super loud. I want it to be loud and quiet and all stuff. So some artists really started pushing back on it. You'll find this whole thing called the loudness wars.
What sort of artists push back the most, do you think?
Trent Reznor.
Trent Reznor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Trent Reznor started releasing 2 versions of his albums. What he called, what did he call the compressed version? I think he just called it the radio version. What's that?
Yeah, it's still version.
Still version, that's what he called it?
I don't find it the louder. I don't know.
Well, one was called the audiophile version. That was the less compressed one. That's the one that he liked it. It ebbed and flowed. It had dynamic range to it. And then there was another version called like the radio version or the still version or something like that. That was just all compressed to hell so that it would get played on the radio. So he started releasing 2 versions of it because he thought the loudness war thing was stupid. But he also likes money. So, you know, gotta make money. There are a lot of artists that have done that. Now in streaming, this has kind of become less of an issue because it's just standard. It's standard that everything's going to be compressed to -6 dB and pushed all the way up to -6. That's kind of what streaming services require at this point.
So when you say -6, is that's like a small amount of headroom? Is that like?
Yeah.
Right.
Small amount. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Any questions about that? Yes.
So when working with like virtual instruments and things like that, like for example, like a Spitfire, like orchestral library,
Mm-hmm.
have to worry about things like compression is not,
Oh, that's a really good question.
yeah.
Those sample libraries, assuming it's a really good sample library, like the Spitfire stuff, is great. Those are probably, the samples are already balanced pretty well. And I think they're designed to the extent that you can, not be compressed. You're still gonna probably compress the whole thing, the whole mix a little bit, but I find that when you've got a good sample library, the less effects you do to it, the better. They really don't need you to do a lot. They're designed to just sound good right out of the gate. So I would avoid compression unless you're doing something, unless you're using compression as an effect. Then go crazy. But yeah, really always with really well-produced sample libraries, for balancing and everything like that, it really doesn't need much.
Yeah.
If they've been produced well, they've been designed to sound good. So I would avoid putting compression on them unless you really, really need it. So do we know how compression works now? Cool. Better, yeah, good. It's a difficult concept. I don't expect you to master it right now, but if you want to continue going with this, load up some sounds, load up a compressor, start twiddling knobs and listening. That's a good way to just really start getting in your head. I'm looking at this little arrow right here, and I'm thinking, do we want to go deeper down the rabbit hole, or do we want to shift gears?
Can we see it?
Well, that little arrow is going to take us to something called side chaining. Has anyone ever heard of side chaining? Yes?
I don't know really. Doesn't it just like, is it a signal flow thing where it goes through each one?
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Anyone else? Okay, should we do it?
There's a
Sure.
Let's do it. All right. So what we're going to do with side chaining, we're going to use, it's still a compressor, okay? But we're going to shift things around a little bit. So what we're going to tell the compressor to do, well, okay, let me rewind. What we're doing right now is this compressor is listening to a track and then adjusting the volume of that track, okay? With me? In side chaining, what we're going to do is we're going to tell the compressor, listen to a different track and adjust the volume of our track based on that. Make sense?
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So it's adjusting that yellow line based on a different track.
Exactly. It's going to adjust the threshold based on a different track. Let me give you the most obvious use case of this. You've heard this a billion times. I'm just going to get a easy kick going here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Nope. Samples. There we go. Sure. All right. So let's go here. Let's get rid of that. So I'm just going to go 4 on the floor kick. And loop it. Cool. Now we're making dance music. Now let's take some kind of like pad. Perfect. Okay. So now we have this kind of ethereal pad sound and a kick. Kind of into that. It's kind of like resonating with me a lot at this particular moment. There's this last year here. we did a little project where I told everybody to go record some sound in Alba, and I recorded some little bird over here, and we made like an ambient track out of this little bird chirp. It turned out like really good. Like I think I actually have it here somewhere. There's something called like Alba bird something. I don't know. I'll find it. Anyway, so what we're going to do with sidechaining is we're going to put a compressor on this track, which I already have, and we're going to tell it, listen to the kick, and when the kick hits, pull our threshold down, okay? That's going to make this sound. You've heard this in every piece of dance music since the beginning of your life. So you're going to hear this pad go wah, 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 right? Because the kick, it's basically saying when the pad is playing and the kick is playing at the same time, the kick wins. So tell the pad to duck, to go underneath the kick. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so let's set it up. So we need a compressor. I'm going to hit this little triangle, and I'm going to click sidechain. And it's going to say, audio from what? What do you want me to listen to? So we're going to say this, which is 1 Kick 707 is the name of that track. Oops. 1 Kick 707. There it is. All right, so now, if I hit play, we should see that kick coming in here. We're not doing anything yet, because I haven't adjusted the threshold. But there it is. Oh, I have adjusted the threshold. But let's really do it a lot.
I've definitely heard that.
If you do this a little too much, it can be a little nauseating a little bit. Now what's cool about this, now you might not be interested in this because this is very dance music focused, but you can actually do some really cool effects with this. Because what if I didn't do like a kick? What if I just did, basically you can use this as a technique to just give rhythm to any static sound. So I could take like, sure. So I'm going to take that banjo and I'm going to sidechain it to this pad. Slow it down. Okay, this isn't a great example because it's kind of got too much going. Let me see if I can, like, yeah, that's not a great example. Let's do, let's do this. Okay, not bad. Now here's the trick. We don't have to listen to the thing being sidechained, right? So I'm going to mute that. It's still going to sidechain though. Right? So now we've got some rhythm that we've added to the sound. So we're still sidechaining. We're just not listening to the thing that's controlling the sidechain. Yeah.
How do you tell which track to listen to? I think I missed.
Yeah, right down here. So we click on sidechain, and then it says audio from, and we select it right there. Okay, and we can do a little bit to it to fine tune it. You know, we can give that a boost to get a little more signal in there, and then we can adjust all of our.
It's like a modulation signal from.
It is. I mean, it's a form of modulation. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you can use it to just apply a kind of vague rhythm to.
Yeah, it's kind of like
a volume.
Yeah, it's like a cheap convolution in a way. What I can do is I can say I like the rhythm of this. And I'm fine. I like the rhythm of this sound, but the timbre of this sound.
Yeah.
There you go. I've got the rhythm and the timbre. Yeah. So people some people say a lot that they really dislike side chaining because of that wah, 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 that kind of nauseating effect. And that's cool. That doesn't mean you don't like side chaining though. That means you don't like that particular use of side chaining, right? Side chaining has a lot of cool uses that you could do where you basically are just gonna apply a rhythm to something. It doesn't have to be that like techno thing. But also in the techno thing, you can do that without it being so nauseating by just letting the threshold up a little bit, right? It doesn't have to be so extreme. It can still be there, but just be a little more chill. Cool. Any questions on that? Yes.
So I guess that could apply to, well, not just a less consistent rhythm, but any rhythm that you're putting down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could do it live too. I mean, you could have a track set up where it's like playing some kind of pad in the background, and then you're, playing piano or whatever, and then a mic going in that's side chained to that pad. So as you played, the pad got quieter. You could even invert the side chain so that as you played, the pad got louder.
Yeah.
That's the same as how. That's exactly how, like a wedding DJ works. Like when I think about a wedding DJ, I think about the dude standing here, usually it's a dude, and they're playing music, some pop hits, and they have a microphone, right? And every now and then they grab the mic and they say, "Hey, congratulations to so-and-so, we're getting married." They have that mic set up to sidechain to the music, so the mic is always on and going, but it's not doing anything. As soon as they start talking, the music ducks and goes under them. And they stop talking, music goes back up. So they set the speed of the compressor so that it's not too jarring. It kind of slowly goes down, they talk, they stop talking, it slowly goes back up, and then they're done. So it makes it kind of idiot-proof to do that kind of work. Not that wedding DJs are idiots, but maybe. Cool. All right. What else do we want to know? I got more stuff I can do, but if there's another tool like that, that's a burning question, let's do it. Yeah. EQ, yeah, cool. Okay, who knows how to use an EQ? A little bit? Okay. All right, how much time we got? Cool. So EQ stands for equalizer. An EQ is a frequency effect. So it's going to affect our frequencies. And an EQ is a weird word because that can be defined a few different ways. Typically, when we talk about an EQ, we're talking about a group of filters. Okay, so let's talk about a filter first. A filter is, you probably know what a filter is in non-music words, right? Like you have a filter that takes bad stuff out of your water, right? Like something that takes something away. So filters take things away.
Do they only do that? Is that a rule?
No. Yeah, thanks for saying that. So you can take things away with a filter. You can add things with a filter. However, traditional audio education logic will tell you you should not add with a filter. However, you totally can add with a filter. Real purists, like Greasy Will that I was talking about before, he's going to say you're an idiot if you add with a filter. But I've done it. I get some good results that way. It's cool. Primarily, though, it's to take things away. Did you have a question?
What's the reasoning for it being bad? Is it like just when you're taught, like don't do that? Or is it like literally like?
It can be a little noisy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand. How do you add with a filter? Like,
Let's do it.
so you filter part of it and then add it back to what?
You basically are going to boost something a lot. So you can boost or you can cut with a filter. So if you want to add volume with a filter, you totally can. Nope. Okay, so here's an EQ. Let's get rid of our compressor. Turn that down a little bit. Okay. Now I just added frequencies, right?
You're boosting on frequency.
I'm boosting some frequencies, yes. And that is a form of adding. That's what we're talking about by adding.
I just never considered that filter, but I guess it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this down to one filter. So this EQ has 8 possible filters, but I'm going to go down to just one. Okay, so what we're looking at here, just about any filter you look at in any software is going to look pretty similar to this. What we're looking at here is volume and frequency. Okay, we've got low stuff here, high stuff over here. Okay, so this is our entire frequency range. Down here, this is like 0, which is 0 hertz, is nothing. All the way up to about 20,000 hertz, which is the top sound we can hear, right? So it's an entire range of hearing. Now the volume is a little bit weird. So we have 0, 612, 0, -6, -12. What that means is that if the blue line, so the blue line is what we're doing to it. If the blue line is right on 0, we're doing nothing, okay? If the blue line's down here, we're cutting frequencies. The blue line's up here, we're adding frequencies. So if I'm doing this, am I boosting low stuff or high stuff? Low stuff. Okay, so I'm boosting low stuff. Now I'm cutting low stuff. Okay, so that's so.
Sorry, which program was looking?
This is low stuff.
Cutting low stuff, or?
So right now I'm not doing anything really. This is cutting low stuff.
Yeah.
And this is boosting low stuff.
Thank you.
I would use the EQ to do filter sweeps. So
Sure.
looking.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Find something that's
First, let's look at these. So these are filter shapes. These are going to change what this blue line can do. Now these are weird, like the names of these shapes change based on the software. They kind of have their own names all the time. The most common though are going to be this one, which is called a high pass filter. Now this always causes trouble in my little dyslexic brain because I want to call this some sort of high filter because it's letting the highs through. I want to call it some kind of low filter because it's cutting out the lows. But what we call this is the high pass filter. If your brain works like mine, here's a trick. Stick the word let in front of the name of the filter, and I'll tell you what it does. So high pass filters, let highs pass. That's what that's doing, right? Low pass filter, let lows pass. Every time I'm teaching this, I literally am saying let in my head before I pull these up. Yeah?
I had a professor who always said high pass, low cut, low pass, high cut. That always helped.
See, that confuses me more. But cool, yeah, whatever works.
I actually like let better.
Yeah, let works for me. Okay, so high pass. So that means we're not going to do anything to the highs. The highs are just going to pass right through. It's going to be cool. But we're going to chop out the lows. So right here, we're not going to hear low stuff. And we can kind of see what it's doing. If I pull this way up, I would just have the very highs in it. We're just shaving off all the low stuff. We're not letting anything low through. Now you can see here, some lows are getting through, right? Filtering is pretty complicated math. That's what's going on behind the scenes here. So this line is always going to be at an angle. There is no version of a filter where we go to a spot and then it just goes straight down, right? There's one piece of software I've ever worked with that has what's called a brick wall filter, in which the line goes straight down. And it's a bit of a, it's really like 10 filters stacked on top of each other to kind of make that happen. But it has no musical purpose. It was a completely different software. I used to do a lot of work in audio forensics, where you're like trying to catch killers by analyzing sounds, all like cloak and dagger and cool shit. But that's where they use some brick wall filters to try to really isolate sound. So in those cases, you might have like the sound of someone's voice, and you might put brick wall filters on either side of it to filter out all noise. But it's going to make their voice sound terrible. It's not a good sound. But hopefully you can understand what they're saying, which is the only point of doing that. Musically, you wouldn't want to do that. Do you have a question?
Is that what AI they're using for like Peter Jackson, Beatles things?
No.
They're going to old audio that's not.
I think it's a totally different process. I don't understand how those AI things are working. I think they're doing some kind of timbre tracing. So like, and some of the forensic stuff did this too, but so like at the beginning of the file, they might say, okay, here's the guitar, and we're going to try to analyze the frequencies to stay with the guitar and then isolate it, pull it out.
Okay.
But yeah.
With super like classical pills, whatever we want to call that. but it's like a high pass filter, sort of the equivalent of like sul ponticello on string instruments, or like where it actually kind of brings out like higher harmonic contents, as opposed to like
kind of
harmonics. Or
I love the analogy. So let's roll with that for a second. So Ponticello would be like, I don't think it's Ponticello, because Ponticello is adding a lot of frequency content. Right? It's all that screechy stuff. So I wouldn't really call that a type of filter. However, a cello mute, I would call a type of filter. Right? Like the little rubber mute that you put on a cello. That would be a high pass filter, because it's gonna tone down some of the lower frequencies. I guess some of the higher frequencies too. So that's just an all-around filter, general filter. The best musical filter that we have, a completely acoustic filter, would be our mouth, right?
Yeah.
So the shapes we make with our mouth filters out the sound. There's people that do voice synthesis to like make voices, the computer talking voices. Generally how that works, up until recently, some of the new ones that are really, really good are all different math. They're like AI stuff. But before those, the way that those worked is you have two things. You have a noise generator, something that just goes, does that, and then filter. And that's how synthetic speech is made. Because that's what our voice does. Our vocal cords make some noise and our mouth shapes it. So our mouth is the best filter that we have.
I guess like making harmonics and things like that, like that weird like kind of thing you can get like
I tried this in the past. I wanted to take like a sound and then like use the EQ to shape it into like vowel frequencies, and I wanted to like take like screams and see if I could because I just wanted like a really very loud sound that you could shape into like some kind of speech.
Screams.
I don't know.
Screams? That sounds fun.
I don't know how it would sound.
Don't answer that.
Like I'm not
for legal reasons.
As long as you use the right kind of, as long as your filters.
People just screaming.
That's cool. I've been really getting into metal lately.
Yeah.
Side note. So I'm like kind of tuned into the screaming stuff. I'm not really into metal. There's some metal that I'm finding recently really fascinating. So yeah, I could see that the screaming thing being kind of interesting.
Could you EQ it into vowel sounds?
Kind of. You would be
But
looking
you
at,
have to get consonants too. Right?
yeah, vowels would be a lot easier, and you'd want to use a very specific kind of filter called a formant filter.
Yeah.
So a formant filter emulates kind of what our mouths do. Like we make formants by moving our mouths around. It's basically vowel sounds. That's how you can get them, is with a formant filter. You can fake a formant filter with these kinds of filters, but there is one that you can use, not here, a separate tool called a formant filter that'll get you something that sounds pretty realistically like vowel sounds. It's almost like a talk box kind of sound, if you're familiar with that. Any other questions before we keep going? Okay, so we've got high pass filters, we've got low pass filters, we've got band pass, which would be like some specific spot. This EQ doesn't have a good band pass, so I like to just use, oops. This would be a band pass, meaning we're going to let this band of stuff pass through. And the way I've made it is just with a low pass and a high pass together. Make a band pass. Yes?
So this would, going back to like the kind of acoustic equivalent of this, would be like a cello mute since you're taking out both ends?
Yeah, it kind of would be.
Yeah?
This is sometimes called, if I adjust it just a little bit, this is called a telephone filter because it's going to sound like a telephone. An old telephone, not a digital telephone, but like an old one. Basically, an old telephone could handle 100 hertz to 1000 hertz, and nothing outside of that. So if you want to make that sound, you do that. It's not really going to sound like it with that sound, but yeah, telephone filter. Okay, there's a couple other elements of the EQ. Let's talk about the Q. This is the Q. Let's go back to a single filter. Yeah. Q and resonance. Let's talk about resonance while we're at it. Okay, so if I do this, this is still a high pass filter, but I've added what's called resonance. You'll see this in not this filter, but in a lot of more musically, more sound design type filters. You'll see a resonance knob. Okay, a resonance is going to give you this spike. It's a spike right at the cutoff frequency, so where it starts to dip down, it's going to spike up right there. The reason for that is it makes a particular sound. It's kind of like I always call it like a laser gun sound. You hear that kind of whistly sound in there? That's from the resonance. If I take the resonance away and do that, we don't get that whistly sound. So if you want to do like a filter sweep, like someone was saying a minute ago, where they've got a filter that's like moving around, if you want it to sound really kind of traditional, give it a bunch of resonance. That's how you get that sound. Yes?
I can't think of the word for it, I forget it, but, so can you tell your EQ to sweep from this time period in the song to another time period in the song?
Yeah.
And like, what do they call it?
Automation.
Automation, yeah. Automating it, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so resonance gives you that little spike. It can be big or little, but it adds a certain sound to it. Basically, we're going to boost the frequency at its lowest possible point in this case, right? Because it's going to go down right there. So we're going to give it a little bit of a boost if you want that particular sound. It generally sounds nice in synthesis. I wouldn't use it in this kind of case where we're just filtering some sounds out of a file. We can also adjust this width, like how sharp this is, with the Q. That's what Q means. Q, we generally think of it as width of the filter. Oh, well, in this case, it looks like resonance, but it should be going back and forth. Strange. There we go. That's what I want it to look like. Let's just look at that. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Wide, narrow. That's what the Q does. So I switched to this kind of filter so it was more obvious looking. But it's the width. Q stands for, there's some debate in the audio world about what Q stands for. No one really knows. It's basically like a variable in an equation. It's like the Q of something. But super audio programmer nerd people have said it stands for quality. But whatever. It's the width of the filter.
It might have been quillization.
Quillization. Sure. Okay, so if we want to do, so let's do like a filter sweep on this. So what I would do, if I wanted to do a filter sweep, I'd probably go, do I want to go down or up? Up? Okay. So let's start about there. So basically with our EQ doing nothing. Let's put it, it's not going to be so obvious on this, but we'll do it anyway. Okay, so for automation, we're basically just going to draw a line that goes between two spots. So I have to, in Ableton, and this is going to be different depending on what software you're using, but in Ableton, I'm going to click on what I want to click on, or what I want to automate. In this case, it's the frequency of this filter. So I want to go from here to there. So I'm going to go there. Maybe I'll give it a little bit of resonance right around there. Okay, so I'm going to click on this frequency button, and now that's what I'm automating. Okay, so I'm going to make a point. And now let's go up. So there's this line, and this knob is going to follow that line. You can see that my frequency dial got a little red dot. That means that it's automated. Something is controlling it. And that's all I need to do.
Where was the automation button?
Oh, it's a little weird. In Ableton, you can just press the letter A to toggle automation. Sometimes you have to go to like view automation, I think.
I think it's that button up there in the top right next to set.
Top right here.
No, it's the pencil.
This. Yeah, this is the pencil.
No, it's not the pencil, sorry.
Yeah, you can toggle the pencil with the letter B. Automation mode is just the letter A, but also if you have some settings turned on without getting too deep, it won't let you switch to automation mode. So you have to just go to view and then automation mode like that. Yeah.
What's the definition of automation, and can it apply to like amplitude, pitch, time, and utility effects, or just some?
Yes. So automation means changing something over time.
Yeah.
That's it. So.
I can meet up with Elliot. So.
Oh yeah, cool. See you, man. So changing something over time. So any effect, virtually any parameter of anything, you can automate by just drawing a line from where you want to start to where you want it to end. So in this case, we've done it with this filter. There it goes. And it's going to loop. pretty.
So you're telling the frequency to get higher.
Yep.
In that slope that you're drawing. Okay.
Yep. And if I wanted to like make it a little more seamless, I could do it like that.
I mean, how many different features can you automate in the EQ?
Oh, you can automate anything.
So you would have like 50 different lines?
Yeah.
Or just the, okay.
Something like this.
Differentiate by color?
They have different, these like automation lanes here. So you can say, here's frequency A. I'm gonna go up here and automate, let's automate this filter now to go high and then low. So now I've got filters going in opposite directions.
So is that applying to a duplicate of that waveform? Or
What's that?
is that applying to like a duplicate of that clip? Sorry.
Yes, but we haven't actually duplicated the waveform.
Right.
It's just showing it to us twice so we can see the automation.
Oh, like the different layers.
Yeah.
Like one's
So I can do it
layer
again.
1, layer 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's another automation lane. And
And you
then
can have multiple instances of the EQ, right? Or no?
you could, yeah, if you wanted to.
Like conflicting automations.
Yeah. So here's like 3 different parameters. they're like, what? But yeah, you can automate a lot of stuff. Anything anything that has time on it really can be automated.
Right.
Yeah. So okay, what else about EQ?
Like how
I could-
EQ's used in a mix, you know. When I see them EQ and they draw all these funky, shapes, I'm like, how are they?
Yeah, well, when you're mixing or you're mastering, that's when. So I kind of think about, do you want to EQ with like a sledgehammer or with a scalpel? When I'm doing sound design work or composition work, I'm probably EQing with a sledgehammer. I'm gonna be like, I want to get rid of low stuff on this sound, and just like put a big EQ on it, filter out the low stuff. When I want to do high stuff, get rid of high stuff, whatever, put a big filter on it. But when I'm mixing or mastering, I'm gonna be like scalpel with it. I'm hearing too much of 1200 hertz, then I'm gonna like go into an EQ and say, okay, I need to, so let's start fresh with a different EQ. I can make this EQ real big by hitting this button right here. Okay, now I can say, okay, if I look at this little box down here, it's telling me what frequency I'm on. So I can say, all right, I need to find 1200 hertz, right about there. And I'm gonna cut it down a little bit. Let's make that, is that 3? Let's make that nice and small. There we go. So that frequency is bothering me. I'm just gonna notch it out just a touch. This is the kind of,
Somebody smacked their lips or something.
yeah, that's the kind of mixing work. Now, speaking of smacking their lips, that was an interesting segue.
Got it on tape.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll edit that out. No, a lot of people want to use EQ for noise reduction. This is a very common thing I see. They're like, okay, I have a recording of one of my pieces and somebody coughed and I want to try to EQ that out. Or like a baby cried and I want to try to EQ that out. It will not work. You can do it all day long. It's not going to work. Here's why. Like, let's say that baby cried right here. I could be like, okay, cool. I'm going to totally notch that out and make it so no sound right there where that baby cried is happening. Let's make it even.
My teacher, who's a technology, was telling us to do that with the EQ, that would like take out the air conditioning.
Oh, he's so wrong.
It's so wrong.
No, I'm sorry. He's not wrong.
To tell him.
No, don't tell him.
No, just kidding.
Would that be like a different situation though, because it's happening the entire time? Versus
Yeah. Okay. The air conditioning hum You could take some of it out with the EQ. However, there's much better ways to take out that air
Maybe he was
conditioning.
just trying to teach us.
Yeah, maybe. So here's what's going to happen though. If this is like a baby crying, right? And you find the frequency of the baby crying and it's right there. Let's say you're dead on that frequency. Two problems are going to result from this. One, that baby didn't cry at a single frequency, right? Like it's a smattering of frequencies around. So you could say, okay, well, let's go a little wider and get all of that baby crying, okay? Sure, you did that. But what did you also lose? You just killed all of these frequencies regardless of whether they were baby or music, right? So now there's no music in these frequencies, and this is going to sound weird. So you might have sort of gotten rid of the baby crying. You're still going to hear it in there a little bit, but you've also got rid of all of the music that was in those frequencies also. So it's just going to sound strange, and it's not a very good way to do it. Well, the air conditioning example is a little bit easier because you could do it with an EQ if the air conditioning is just kind of like a higher frequency hum and you don't have any music up in that higher frequency. You could just use like a low pass and roll it off and say like if the air conditioning is up here, you could do this.
Could you do that to like cut out wind?
Yeah, sort of. You could do it this way. Now, if the air conditioner is up here, you're going to get rid of it, more or less. You're also going to get rid of anything else up here. So you might be thinking, okay, this is 10,000 hertz. There's not a lot of music up past 10,000 hertz, but there is. There's so much music up here. Overtones are all up here. So if you do this on a piece of like orchestra music, it's just going to sound flat and bleh, you know? So you might kill the air conditioner, but you've also killed like all the life of your piece. Better way to deal with air conditioner and baby crying, to be honest, is with a more advanced tool, not an EQ. An EQ in this case is fine for some things, but it's not that real scalpel to get rid of noise problems. The best program for noise problems is a program called RX, if anyone's come across that, like RX, like drugs. It's RX and then a number, so it's whatever version they're on now. It's like RX8 or something like that. Do you ever deal with RX?
Sorry?
Do you know the software?
Yeah.
RX? Yeah. It's used in video stuff all the time.
Yeah.
It's probably the industry standard when it comes to noise reduction, just cleaning, audio cleaning, basically. It's a really powerful program. I actually used it a lot back in the forensic stuff. It's popular in that world. With that, you could really dial in, you could isolate the baby crying and have it do an analysis and identify it and say, this is a baby crying. It'll analyze it. And then you can say, go through this whole piece, find that pattern of frequencies, pull them out. And it does a pretty good job. It uses a method, it uses a bunch of different methods, but one of them is called noise stamping, where it sort of makes like, if you imagine you had a stamp of the frequencies that is the baby crying, it makes that stamp and then it just kind of goes through and sort of negatively presses that into the audio to try to counteract it, I guess.
Kind of creates a filter.
Yeah. It works even better for something like an air conditioner because it's very easy for it to say, okay, that is the air conditioner frequency pattern. I know what that is. And then it can go through the whole track and pull it out. So it's pretty good at that. If you want a very cheap alternative to that, the free program called Audacity, which you probably encountered. Okay, Audacity is a great little free program. That has a noise reduction tool built in that's pretty darn good. It's nowhere near RX, but with it, you can highlight a section and then go to the noise reduction tool and say, analyze this section, and then it will. So basically, you take your file with the air conditioning sound, You find a moment where there's no music happening and you just hear the air conditioner. You tell it, that is the sound I'm looking for, and there's a tool for this. And then you say, okay, cool, it's isolated the air conditioning sound, and then you say, go through the whole piece and pull out that sound. And it does a really, really good job. Audacity is like kind of freaky good at that kind of noise reduction. So a good free tool for that.
Does Ableton have anything built in?
Ableton doesn't have any real great noise reduction tools. It has some, but that's really not its strong point. You know, one of the things about Ableton and the Ableton company itself, which is really just like a bunch of hippies, they're really good at knowing who they are and what they are, and kind of staying in their lane. Like, it's one of the only DAW programs that doesn't have a notation editor attached to it, and it never will, according to them. They're like, people don't really want to use notation that are making dance music or whatever. So there's a way to go back and forth between the notation programs, but there's really no notation program in Ableton. Any other questions? We're about at lunchtime. We covered a lot of good stuff. I think this is all great. What we can do for the afternoon session is we can do a little more of this, just kind of big topics, go through stuff. But what I'd really like to do, I think, based on what I heard, is devote the majority of the afternoon to Macs. Cool? So I have some Macs patches. We'll go through, we'll talk about my kind of learning how to learn Macs theory. And we'll just make some stuff. So over lunch, think about, in the past, if you've had opportunities to learn Macs, see if you can put into words what in particular stumped you, or what you, like, think of a project that you might want to do in Macs. Like, in your head, have you said, you know, I've always wanted to, like, put video tracking on a hamster while it runs around on a Ferris wheel or whatever, you know, like, this is the kind of things people do in Macs. Think about that. If that's your idea, then we come back. If we don't have any better ideas of things to build, we'll make that. We'll ask Elliot to procure us a hamster. Here's the first rule, but the first thing I'll tell you about Macs. Macs works best when you treat it like this. You should not use Macs unless you have to. That's the always rule for Macs. So if you're like, I would like to add a compressor to this track, don't do that in Macs. Like, use a DAW, right? Like, use something else. Macs is for when no tool exists to do the thing you want to do. If you're like, I want to do this crazy thing, and nobody has built that thing yet, so I'm going to build that thing. That's the best time to use Macs. Macs has been around for a long time, and it has actually kind of like a really kind of interesting history. So, I don't want to bore you with like a long talk about the history of it, but I actually, last year or so, 2 years ago, I made a little video going through the history of Macs. It's kind of short, but I thought rather than just like saying it again, I'm just going to play it for you. Is that all right? All right. Cool. And this was, I have a bunch of friends that work for Cycling74 that develop Macs. And I sent this to them and said, is this accurate? And he said, yeah, pretty much. So we know this is pretty accurate. Okay, let's talk about a brief history of Macs, where it comes from and the weird route it took to get here. Why? Why is this relevant to us? Because it's interesting and I like talking about it. So here we go. So there was this guy, his name was Miller Pine. No. There was this composer, by the way. His name is Philippe Manoury. No, that's not a good start. But either, let's start with Earcom. So IRCAM is this, well, first of all, before I dive into this, let me just say that this is the story as I understand it. There may be an official story somewhere, there may be people with more direct experience, but this is everything I know. So there is this place called IRCAM, I-R-C-A-M. It still exists. It is in Paris, in the Pompidou Center, and it is a place where a lot of the technology related to music production was birthed. It is basically a computer music think tank. It's a government-funded institution. The acronym IRCAM stands for something in French, I can't remember exactly, but basically Institute for Research in Composition and Electronic Music, something like that. So the way it worked in the early days, and I think it still kind of does, is that they would put together these teams of 3 people. So there would be a composer and a programmer and an engineer. So they would bring in a composer and they would say to the composer, what do you want to do in your wildest dreams? What would you like to be able to make? And the composer would say, I want flying toasters that shoot lasers and that triggers a glockenspiel and it plays a melody, whatever. So then the engineer and the programmer would sit around and say, okay, how can we do this? And then they would build the thing required to make that a reality. So at some point, a composer, a French composer named Philippe Mannery comes in and they say, what do you want to be able to do? And Mannery says something like, I want the computer to be able to follow along with the musician. Not just have the computer play back a file and have a musician play along to it like karaoke style, which is how everything was done at that point. I probably should have said, this is around probably 1985 or 6 that this is happening. So very early days of electronic music. So Mannery said, I don't want the computer to just play some bleeps and bloops and have a live musician play along to that as a duet. I want the computer to listen and respond, adjust its tempo. So the programmer assigned to this task was a guy named Miller Puckett. And the piece that Philippe Mannery ended up writing was a piece called Pluton, which I have a very crude score of here. So what Miller Puckett came up with was a system where basically he would write a program where it would kind of count notes. It would listen for notes and count them and trigger different things to happen at different points. So, but he went one step further. Let's expand our little max match here. So we have Philippe Mannery and Miller Puckett. Okay. Both at IRCAM. Okay. So Puckett says, well, this is cool, but I'm kind of getting sick of like making something for every composer that comes in here, so I'm gonna make something that's kind of modular, and I can adapt it to do other things later. So that gives him the idea for a very crude version of Max. What we have here, it's got all these little programs that we can connect together to do things, right? So he initially designed it for Philippe Mannery, but it was designed to be modular so that it could be used for a lot of different ideas and a lot of different pieces of music. So, because Puckett was working for IRCAM, it was owned by IRCAM, and it was released to members of IRCOM, you could become a member, and I think you still can, become a member of IRCOM and get releases of some of the projects that they're working on in a thing called the IRCOM Forum. So it was released to members of the IRCOM Forum in 1989. And it really only did MIDI. It could really, like, it could count notes, it could send MIDI messages, and therefore trigger samples and things like that in other devices, but it couldn't do it couldn't do effects, it couldn't do signal processing, anything like that. It was really just MIDI stuff. Okay, so then, also around 1989, a new player enters the picture, a company called Opcode. Well, Opcode was, I believe, a US company, and they were a software maker. They made an early DAW, which I think was called Studio Logic or something like that. So they had a DAW. They eventually bought a license to Macs so that they could sell it as a commercial product. So they started selling it and working on it, updating it, making it look better, giving it more functionality. And one of the engineers who was hired to work on that was a guy named David Ziccarelli. So he was an employee of Opcode, tasked with developing this product a little bit more to be a little more sellable. So in the later 90s, at this point, Macs is selling okay. It's not a huge moneymaker because it's very specific and very niche. So Opcode goes out of business. So Opcode goes out of business. Oops. I don't know why I'm connecting those. Whatever. I'm connecting these kind of just for fun. Opcode goes out of business, but David Ziccarelli, being an entrepreneurial dude, buys Macs from the going out of business Opcode, and he starts a company called Cycling 74. I don't know why it's called that. We could probably find out, but I don't know. So, 1999, Ziccarelli starts Cycling 74, and their sole thing is Macs. That's all they do. Now, an interesting thing that I kind of skipped over that I want to jump back to is at some point, Miller Puckett said, this Macs thing that I wrote for EarCam, it was cool, but I could do better. I could remake that whole program in a better way. So he makes a new program called PD. PD supposedly stands for pure data. Some say it stands for public domain because this is free. It's a free version of essentially Macs. It still exists, it's out there. You could get it. However, it doesn't work in live the same way that Macs does, and it's significantly harder to use. It's uglier, but if you want to experiment with something free, try it out. You can download it. So Miller Puckett starts working on PD. Okay, back to Cycling 74. This was about 1996, I think. So Cycling 74, under Ziccarelli, starts expanding Macs. And saying, like, the Macs product was cool, but let's add some stuff. Let's add the ability to do signal processing. So they come up with this thing called MSP to add to it. So now the product is called Macs MSP, and it looks like this. So Macs plus MSP is Macs MSP. Cool? And MSP does signal processing, and that means audio stuff. Okay, it can now do audio effects, it can listen to audio, it can generate audio. Synthesis, all kinds of stuff. Now, what does MSP stand for? Well, the person who developed MSP was actually our old friend Miller Puckett. So he's the one who made this, right? So, let's see if I can make this a little, how about that? So Miller Puckett made MSP for Cycling 74. So supposedly, no one knows exactly for sure what MSP stands for, but Puckett has said on different occasions one of three different things. Number one, and most likely, is max signal processing. The signal processing element of it. Number two, the initials of its creator, Miller S. Puckett, possible. And number three, and least likely, but I like it anyway, is the airport code for his hometown, Minneapolis-St. Paul, which happens to also be where I am at the moment. Okay, so that was cool. And then years go by, and eventually the need to develop a set of video tools for Macs arises. And so they create, Cycling 74, create something called Jitter. So now the name of the program is Max MSP Jitter. So Max MSP plus Jitter. And I don't know who the authors of Jitter are. I know one of them was a guy named Jeremy Bernstein, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of people probably. Now, prior to Jitter was written, I think, a little bit in response to a third party, somebody else, made a set of video extensions for Macs. And those were called NATO, I'm not making this up. Oops, these are pluses. 055-3D. NATO, as we commonly say it, was a set of video extensions, and these people were, the people behind this were probably the first cyber terrorists, or if not cyber bullies for sure, that we all learned about. It was a very weird time and very strange. I won't go into full details here, but Google this, and you'll find like some really fascinating stuff. So Jitter kind of put them out of business. So let's just leave that floating by itself over there. Okay, so that leads us up to about 2015, when we suddenly get Ableton entering the picture. Now, Ableton Company is the company that makes Live, Push, a couple other products. And Ableton partners to create Macs for Live, a version of Live that runs within Macs. So now Live, Max MSP plus Ableton equals Macs for Live, basically. Let's give us a little bit more space because we're almost done. And then that is so successful and works so well that eventually the Ableton company acquires Cycling 74. And now, I think that was 2015. So now Ableton owns Cycling 74. So let's take all of this and put it down here. Cool. So Ableton is now the owner of Cycling 74. Cycling 74 still kind of operates as its own company, as far as I can tell, but it is owned by Ableton as of now. So the two main products, as I've already talked about, are Macs for Live and Max MSP Jitter, which is more commonly, at this point, abbreviated to just Macs. And that's the standalone version and the Macs for Live version. There are other things, there are a bunch of other things that Cycling 74 makes at this point. Most of them are add-ons or related to Max, but they have a couple special things that are not. And you should check those out, they're all really interesting, but we're gonna focus on Max. So that is the long and strange history of how Max and Max for Live came to be. Okay. Cool. Any questions? It's kind of fun. That NATO stuff is fascinating. Look up the NATO stuff. It's weird. Do you know about that? Have you heard of them?
No.
They're like video people, like experimental video artists who just became like cyber terrorists, like for real. Like I remember when I was at Peabody in grad school, like they would put out this software but no documentation. And if you went online to like a forum and asked how to do something or like posted a question, the people from NATO would come online and like berate you and like tell you how you were a terrible person. And then eventually they could revoke your license. They put in a thing that like wouldn't let your IP address access the software anymore. And they would just like kill it for you. They're like, no, you're not allowed to have it. It was weird, it was all kinds of weird stuff. And everybody in NATO went by the same name. So no one knew who they were because they all went by the name Natashka Nezhganova, which is a character from Madame Butterfly, I think. Anyway, it's weird. Anyway, okay, so there you go. All right, so let's do some Max. So when it comes to using Max, I am in Max for Live, obviously. So there's really two versions of Max. They work exactly the same with a couple really minor differences. One of them works within Live. So Max for Live runs inside of Live, and then Max by itself doesn't need Live. It's just its own program. But other than that, the code and everything is exactly the same. So let's launch something. If I go down here to Max for Live, there it is. So let's just start by like just opening something. Dr. Chaos. That sounds awesome. Okay, here's a patch called Dr. Chaos. I don't know what this is. So the first time you launch Max in a day or so, it takes a minute because it's got to launch Max like inside of Live, and it has to think for a second. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Now, to say this is what Max looks like is very inaccurate. You can make Max look like whatever you want it to look like. This is a really cool interface that someone has built for this thing that they made. It's cool. If we want to look at the code, we're going to go here, click that, and now it's going to launch it. And this is what's really cool about Max is that for any patch, almost any patch, you can open it up and basically rewire it to do whatever you want. So you can make it, if like some button is over here and you want it over there, you can just do it. Or if this button does something and you don't like it, you can say, I wish when I click this button, it multiplied my volume by the humidity in Singapore. You can totally do that, very easily. Why is it disappearing? Strange. Okay, there we go. Now let's open it up. Okay. But this is what it looks like on the inside. This is the ugly business. The way Max works is a whole bunch of little programs that we call objects and you connect them together to make them do a bunch of stuff. So think of each of these boxes as little programs by themselves.
So this loads up with the plugin, the Dr. Chaos?
Yeah, this is the Dr. Chaos patch. This is the guts of it. It probably goes down, it's probably a lot bigger than this. And then each of these has sub patches, like more stuff. I just saw a few.
So it puts that together for you, like that.
Yeah,
That's cool.
so there's like more here. More windows. Seems weird. There it is. Ooh, ugly. So people have like contests on like how ugly can they make their patch. There are like art installations of that. So how much of this is familiar? So you've all done a little bit of Max. Like if I said, here it says R tab, do you know what that does?
Receive.
Yeah, you're right. It's a receive object. Okay, so let's think of something just to make from scratch, something simple. So somebody thinks something simple to make. How about, well, does anybody have any ideas? I have one. Just something simple to make. Let's make
The sound of rain or something.
the sound of rain. I was thinking, hold on, I think my computer's kind of chugging along here. Alright. That's weird. Okay, well, let's make, how about a little self-generating music patch. We'll have it generate like piano music randomly. Cool. This is always fun. I'll tell you a funny story about this, which I'll tell it to you now. So one time I got a gig writing bumpers for NPR. So if you listen to NPR, the news, like they'll like have a segment about, they'll have like a story about something and then another story, and then there'll be something called bumper music in between, which is usually like 7 or 8 seconds to like palate cleanser music before moving on. If it's like a really sad story, it'll be really sad music to help, move on. So I got this gig and they said, we want you to write 100 of these bumpers for us, 7-second things. So I was like, cool. Writing 100 7-second things sounds boring because I could just write a program that writes 1,000 of these things in the same amount of time. So I wrote a Max patch that just generated these. And then I just let it run for a while and then sent them to NPR. And they were like, cool, these are great. Okay, I'm just gonna use that. Okay, so I'm gonna go to a new thing. We want an instrument. Okay, so if you've only used Max and not Max for Live, this will be slightly different. What we have here is, well, that's not really gonna matter. What we start off with by default is MIDI in, and in this case, plug out. What this does is MIDI in is just going to listen to MIDI in live and suck it in, and plug out is going to send an audio signal back to live. So we're just sending things in and out of live with this. So I'm not actually going to need that. Let's do note out. This probably is familiar. And let's just make a note really quick to make sure everything's working right. So note out is an object. It needs 3 things. Who knows what it needs? Anyone?
I have no clue.
Okay. It needs a note number, so 60, it's like middle C. No, this is MIDI note numbers. So 60 is middle C. It needs a velocity. So volume, let's say 100. So velocity is going to be on a scale of 0 to 127. So 127 being as loud as they could go, 0 being nothing. So 100, reasonably loud. And the last thing it needs is a MIDI channel. So I'm just going to give it a 1, which if you're not doing anything complicated, you just give everything a 1. That's fine. So those go into those boxes. And then we're going to make a bang. You remember bangs, probably? Bangs are sort of now called, in Max for Live, bangs change slightly. The thing they do is a bang. But the object itself, this, is called a button. So it's a little confusing. And like as you go throughout Max, you'll find that it's a little inconsistent. They still call it a bang sometimes and not other times. And this is actually kind of funny. Like, I was curious about this, so I went to one of my friends that works for a developer at Max, and I asked, and I told him, I have a theory about why they did that. And I told him my theory, and he said, it might be true, might not be true, but it's kind of funny, so they're going to go with it. So now they're telling people my theory, but even though it's not true. But the theory that I had was that the bang was once Max was acquired by Ableton. Ableton is a German company, and in general, this is stereotyping a bit, but in general, German companies are very reticent to make any kind of like reference to like explosions or war or anything like this, because you know, the war. So they're like, ooh, bang, let's call it a button. Anyway, so this should give us a note. Oh, of course that was gonna happen. Let's look at what's going on. Oops. It's not on, that's probably why. Solo that track, try that again. Oh, I didn't put an instrument on it. Let's find a piano. I'm just like where's just my like grand piano normal thing? Whatever. Okay, fine, we're just gonna go with that. Alright, now do we have, what's going on here? My computer is like really unhappy today. This is bizarre. Oh, I see kind of what I did. Okay. Hold on. Next for live, I need, that's MIDI effect. There we go. Okay, so I hit a bang, we get a note. Cool? Okay, so now from this very small amount of stuff, we can build a system that will generate a never-ending sequence of pretty music. So first, we're going to need some kind of time. So let's use a metronome. So a metronome is a metronome. We all know what a metronome is. Just sends a bang. at a click. Now, here's what's interesting about Max for Live. So normally with the Metro, you would say like 500, right? Because the metronome works in milliseconds. So 500 milliseconds is going to be exactly quarter equals 120, right? It's going to be half a second per note. But because we're in Max for Live, we can do a little bit more with time. So I could say, instead of saying 500, I could say 4n. 4n means quarter note. So that means the Metro, I'm saying to the Metro, go ask Live what our tempo is, figure out what a quarter note is, and then do that. So it's much better. And let's turn it on and off with a toggle. So now we're going to have a bunch of notes repeating if I start the transport. Cool. Simple enough. Let's slow it down a little bit. A little more. Okay. All right, cool. Let's turn that off. So next, let's say I want, what should we do next? Let's say every other note, we're going to add an octave. Okay, so like simple. So let's take this. Actually, I just need this. Move it over. And so 1 octave higher of 60 is going to be what? Does anyone know?
72.
Yeah, 72. It's just going to be 12 notes higher. Oops. Okay, so now we need every other quarter note. This is where Max gets kind of fun because now we got to do a little bit of mental trickery. So how can we do every other note? The easiest way would be to just change this to half note. Oops, I should have this. All right. Okay, I think that's working. Not really hearing that high note. Yeah, it's there. Okay, that's cool. There might be a better way to do it though. Because we like to avoid using a whole bunch of metronomes because metronomes eat up a lot of CPU. So better would be to take this and say, let's go back to putting in milliseconds just for now. Because if I can do that, then I can easily just go delay, other direction, 1000. So take one, delay 1000, and do another one. Oops. All right. Ding, finally one. I need a bang in there. Metro, bang, delay, out. Let's slow this down to 1000. Let's make sure it's working. Okay. So now I want this every other, so let's go 2. Why didn't that work? Oh, it keeps filling it. There's like a weird term called filling, but how do I usually do this? Why am I not thinking correctly? My brain is not ready for Max. But that's okay. Well, let's
just
do,
swap the two.
Well, what's happening here is that we're telling it to delay by 2 seconds, but every time we give it another one, it's resetting the delay. So it's never pushing it out. But yeah, if you mean do this, like that, this should work. It's cool, let's go with that. Okay, so now let's say, let's keep going. And let's say delay to 50. So what is this going to give us? Any guesses? It's going to give us, so we've got, basically have a note happening, and then the 5, so this is every 1,000, right? And then the 500 makes that. And then the 250 is going to make that.
Nice.
Right? So, all right, and let's change that note. So instead of this being another octave, let's make this maybe a fifth higher than the 60. So what would that be? Should be 67, right? Yeah. All right, so here is a fun little math problem for you. How do I get this note? How do I get that? How many milliseconds do I need?
$750.
750. There's 2 ways I can get 750 milliseconds. I could do this. I could just make a delay 750. Right? That would work, and then take it from here to trigger it. Or I could make, actually there's a lot of different ways. I could do 500 and take it from here, right? So let's do that. And what do we want this note to be? Like a, how about like a 9? Oh, so pretty. Oh, I'm not using that. Okay, so now I'm hearing an interesting idea. What if we did this, and we just let this cruise for a little while, and we put like a moving harmony around it, right? So we've got this C thing going. Let's figure this out. So the harmony that we're getting is, we've got this, let's take down an octave, just make it easier to notate. Right? That's our harmony. So, right now. So what if I just started creating C major clusters and just kind of randomly had them pop in, right? That'd be kind of cool. Maybe?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's do that. Okay, now this is going to be tricky because I can very easily tell it to make a random note, right? And I can make a random cluster. But it's going to be random, like random, which means non-diatonic random. So the way I'm going to get this into C major is I'm actually going to use Max with a little bit of Ableton to kind of force me into C major. So let's take all of this. Let's just do a 3-note chord. So let's take this. Okay, now instead of note number 60, what we want is random. So for the random object, remember each object here is like a little program, so we got to give it some parameters. So the random object is going to be a random number between 0 and whatever number we get. So if I say 60, it's going to give us a random number between 0 and 60. It's going to be a lot of low stuff, right? I don't really want it to be that low. I do want it to be under and around this C, which is 60. So let's call it random 40. And then let's say plus 40. What's that going to get me? It's going to get me a random number between 40 and 80. Does that make sense? So that changes it. That'll work. We'll put it in there. And let's do the same thing so that we have 3 different numbers. Okay, so now I need something to trigger a new number being generated. And I need something to trigger the chord. And we want that to be like kind of random. We want it to come and go. So let's make kind of a fake randomizer based off this Metro 100. So one way you can do that is just to say counter. This is like a weird little trick I do a lot. So let's say counter 10. Okay, counter just counts things. So in this case, it's going to count that metronome, right? So every time that hits, it's going to go 1, 2, 3. When it gets to 10, it's going to circle back down to 1, or actually I think 0. Okay, so that's cool. It's going to count those, and let's look at what it's doing. So we'll see that number there. Then we'll select, I don't know, 3? Sure. So every time it gets to a 3, no, wait, that's going to be too predictable, isn't it? That's not what I want. Let's not use a counter. Let's do a random number generator, 10. And we'll trigger a random number from the Metro. And so this will trigger a number between 0 and 10. If it happens to select a 3, it's going to generate a random number and then play that chord. So we're going to give it a delay of like, I don't know, 20 milliseconds or so, just to make sure that it generates a random number. And then it's going to play the note. Follow me? It's getting pretty ugly already. But, okay, so this is going to have that little pattern going and then have these little triads, random triads underneath it. We are not diatonic yet, so this is going to be chromatic. It's actually going to be worse than that because it's going to be super diatonic in like basically the right hand and totally chromatic in the left hand. So this is going to be some Charles Ives. That was nice. So here's our random number. We're looking for a 3. Let's tame this a little bit with some diatonicism. So I'm going to go back to Max, and I'm really just going to go to MIDI effects and go to scale and go to, I guess we'll just go to major. Doesn't really matter, but why don't I see it? There it is. Okay, we're gonna throw that right there. What that's gonna do is it's gonna smash every MIDI note into C major. So before it gets to the instrument. So now everything has to be in C major at this point. So now it should be a little more diatonic-y. Come on.
You can like random
We gotta
5,
select
like
a 3 again.
can make it random 5.
Yeah.
It could
It's making zeros and
never
twos.
select a 3.
We get into the chance universe where it never gets 5.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So I have an idea. What I think would sound nice, and this is a patch I've made 1,000 times. So here's what I want to do to make it kind of fit into things I like to listen to. I'm going to make these chords happen a little more often yet. Let's just say random 3. I might, let me make sure that that works, because I might, I think we're,
Does something happen?
no, the reason I'm testing it is because we're never going to get a 3 here. There's a weird little math thing going on.
Like there's never true random.
No, it's that random 3 means generate a number between 0 and 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3 numbers. So, let's just change this. Okay, now we'll get a whole bunch. It's almost too many. Let's slow it down just a touch. We're going up to 4, and then I'm actually going to kill these notes. So now we just have the C going, and then the harmony.
You know, like a low bass note.
We could add a bass note. Let's do this. Let's take this. That. That. Okay, so all of these drives are the same. There's a bunch of stuff that we're going to use in our business seminar also. So bring it back or whatever. But here's our tech seminar. Okay, so let's pick one of these to look at. We'll look at this beat-based EQ is just something I make all the time and I just like making. I don't know. Some of these are just really poorly labeled, like patch download. Sorry. Here's a synth, simple synth I made. Let's look at that one. Okay. So here's like a really simple, basic synthesizer made in Max. unlock. I don't think there's anything else to
So
it.
did you draw those boxes on, like over the?
Yeah, these boxes?
Yeah, I've never done
Yeah, so these boxes are a Max object just called panel. Yeah. So
it.
you
So
make
it
a
makes it
panel.
look like a VCD or
Kinda, yeah.
Euro rack. So.
You make a panel and then you can customize the way it looks, and you can do like stuff to it. So yeah, in the synthesizer, it's really simple. So there's here you set a frequency. It makes a sine wave. Sine wave goes down to a multiplier, and you've got a little
Is that ADSR?
ADSR envelope, although it's kind of an ADSR envelope on steroids.
Yeah.
Amplifier, and then a little filter, a little resonance on it. So, and I think it looks like, because there's a node in here, it's probably connected to MIDI.
What's biquad?
Oh yeah, good question. So this object is called a filter graph. What's really interesting is that a filter graph doesn't do anything. It's just a filter, and it just looks like a filter, and it outputs like a big string of numbers saying what it does. Biquad is the thing that actually processes audio. So if we look at this, you'll see that this is just outputting like numbers and stuff. The audio, which is the yellow line, is going into here and then being processed by that. So filter graph and biquad just work together to make a real filter. That's all.
Why wouldn't they just put it together?
Because they're nerds and they want to make things more complicated. Yeah, so a really simple synth you can play around with. Some of these other ones, this one, I made this one for a class, a university class, where someone said make a mixer, and it turned out to be a lot trickier than I expected it to be. But basically, here we have a mixer. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 channels, volume control, panning, solo, mute, and then plugins. 4 plugin slots. So you can kind of pick apart how I did it. This stuff, it looks like a big deal. It's actually just controlling the color of these panels. That's all it's really doing, the bottom stuff. These things are just individual channels. So if we open one of these, here's one channel and how it works, and then it's just that 8 times. So this is just loading those plugins, solo routing, solo scaling, channel 5. So a good way to learn Max would be to pick this apart and understand it. But this beat-based EQ is one that I use all the time. This is a patch that I started making as a class example. Let's just make this and see what happens. And then it turned out to be a really weird effect. And so it's like my weird little secret mixing weapon. I put this on everything. It can be really subtle, and it can be not subtle. Let me show you. It kind of needs to run in Max for live. So let's load it there. Hold on. Come on, 8, 10. Okay. All right, so let's go. Let me see if I can load this first. Yes. Jay's awesome beat facing cube. Nice job. I didn't realize I labeled it like that. It's kind of funny. All right, so this works best on like something with a pulse. So let's go to samples. Fine, whatever. Okay, so here's what this is going to do. When I turn this on, if it's working right, we have two filters for the left and the right. They're very narrow filters, okay? So this means I could adjust it and make it do whatever I want. But basically, it's going to only let this part of the signal through, the blue part. Okay, so that means almost everything's going to get thrown out. It's just the small amount right in the middle. And what's going to happen is these filters are going to start jumping around, and they're going to randomly move to different spots. The filters are just going to go, but they're going to move on the beat. So the filter is going to change on the beat, and the left and right are going to be totally independent, which you won't really hear right now because we're just playing through the TV. But, so that's what it's doing. So it's like a weird, it's kind of a weird sound, but I really like it. It works really well when you pair it with the same beat unaffected. Whoops. Why is that crank so high? Okay, so here it is without my weird effect. And here it is with. So it's just got like a weird little like extra kind of groove to it. So do you get what's happening? Yeah. It's weird. So it's just moving around randomly with that filter. You could make it crazier by like, doing something like that or that. But I use this in mixing all the time, just to like, if there's a part where there's something rhythmic and I just need to give it a little more life somehow, this is just my favorite little effect. And this is something where like the people at cycling used to have this really big problem where, because of stuff exactly like this, and the problem is that, and the odd-techer patch is similar, where that a lot of people that use Max are secretive. Like they don't publicly say, like, oh, I made this in Max, because they don't want you to know. For tools like this, I've been using this tool for years, and it's something I made, and I've had friends ask me, like, how do you get that sound, that like weird thing that's going on in that sound? And I'm like, I don't know what I'm talking about. There's like this weird like thing that we call the composer Cold War, where if you've got a really good tool or a really good technique, like I kind of don't want to tell you about it because it's mine. Like it's really hard when you're like a teacher, because you kind of gotta tell people about it. But this is my little Cold War trick. I really like it. But anyway, so the cycling 74, people would just be really secretive, and that's like really bad for marketing, right? Because no one wants to admit that they use the program. The thing that I think really changed it, there were two things that changed it for cycling and made it so that they were a much more, not a household name, but closer. The first is that maybe 7 or 8 years ago, they released a PC version of Max. Max was Mac only for a long time. But as soon as they put out the PC version of it, people started like sharing stuff online and doing a lot with it. And then after Max for Live came out, they really started like sharing patches all over the place. And then it got a lot, better known. It wasn't so underground. But there are still a lot of people that use Max and just keep it secretive. Let's see what else we got. This is, I think, another one of the same thing that where it's just like going to generate notes. Let's see what this one does. Let's put an instrument on it. Don't need that. Does not appear to be generating notes.
You have to select a plugin.
It should just be playing since I started it. Maybe out. Take a look under the hood. This is a very interesting one anyway. All right. So that was like a really kind of very basic example of a similar thing to what we just made. Here's a audio file player. So another just simple thing that'll show you how to deal with an audio file. So SF play, sound file player. So you just give it an open message, pick a file, and then it'll play. Actually this is important to see. So let me actually pick something. J. Allen Alba. It's ominous. Oh, it's got to download. Oh, I know what this is. Let's compression test. Last test.
Doesn't do age of
Into agent units. What was I do? Open. Open. Okay. Oh, that's got to download too. Why do we have to download? I hate this dumb syncing thing that Max does now. There. Okay. So we can start this playing, and it's not going to do anything because these are actually volume faders. So you've got to pull these out. This is my synth wave. I love it. So I'm going to start and stop with that. What else have we got here? These like patch download ones, I know.
So what's the advantage of putting it through Max instead of just putting that clip straight into Ableton?
In that particular case, none.
Right.
None. But the reason that I made that in Max was to show you how to make that in Max. There could be a case where you might want to load a file directly into Max and bypass Ableton. If you want to build something that exists outside of Max, outside of Ableton. Let me give you an example. So once you build something, you can save a Max application as an application, like as an app. You can get it in the Apple Store. You can do whatever you want. You can like build apps with it. So, but not within Ableton, right? So if you want to build an app, it needs to be outside of Live. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Here's an example of that. If I don't know if this is going to open. This is a dicey program. This program was built in Max, and it's big. It's a big, ugly monster. It's actually really pretty, but if you open it up, it is gnarly. This is a program called Mosaic, and I don't think I've ever launched it on this computer yet, so I don't know if it's going to work or not. But what this does is, this is a program I wrote for this company. There's a company based in Minneapolis that I co-own called Ion Concert Media, and what they do, oh, there it is. They do show control stuff, which is a very boring way to say that when your local orchestra plays Fantasia live, or whatever, right? The way that they do it is they hire like Disney or whatever to come in, and they give the conductor a click track, and then they play the video, and then the conductor conducts to the click, right? So what this company did is they wanted to kind of do an end run around that and say, we want to be able to do this whole thing on a laptop, not with a semi-truck, just with a laptop and an iPad. No click tracks. We want the video, the movie, to follow the conductor, not the conductor to follow a click track. So that's what this is set up to do. So basically, the orchestra just plays, and someone performs on an iPad, basically, the movie, and they just follow the conductor like everyone else.
How do you perform a movie?
I don't think I have any files here, but, oh, I do. This is like a screen test. First of all, they're huge files. These are like really small ones, like a full video that they do is like a few hundred gigs.
Oh yeah.
Because the frame rates have to be super high for this to work. But basically what you get, maybe this will download, maybe it won't, but in this window, what you see here is the video that's being projected. What you see here is a short score, basically, and it scrolls across. And then there's like a blue line, like right here, I think maybe it's like pink, I don't remember. So basically, and this is the tempo, so your job is to like slow down and speed up the tempo to make sure that whatever is on the blue line is like what the conductor is actually, where the conductor actually is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you have to like slow down and speed up. It's weird because you can be actually super expressive with it. Early on, we did this piece where it was like this animated thing, and there's this point where something does like this thing, and there's this big motion to it, and some conductors would like really wait on that and then let it boom fall, and you like pull back on the video and then let it land. It's like a real instrument. It's actually kind of fun. But this gets used with orchestras all around the world. The company's doing great right now, actually. They're doing a bunch of huge projects. But this Max Patch, this is a Max Patch. It's ugly as hell. I hate it because I don't know, going on stage with a Max Patch like this in an orchestra is fucking terrifying. Knowing that Max crashes a lot. This is Max. It's also got a lot of custom C and Java, some other code in it too, to make it do what it needs to do. It's quite tricky. But for a case like this, you're opening and saving files independently, so you're not connected to live at all. And this has an iPad, a corresponding iPad app that if you launched it, it would basically give you control of this bar and then let you kind of control the tempo and see the score on an iPad so that you're kind of in the orchestra, sort of. It's a whole thing. This one we download. We'll see. So Macs can be used to build standalone apps. And you'd be surprised, there's probably a few apps on your computer already that are made in Macs, especially if they're audio or video apps. Neat. Okay, maybe that'll download, maybe that won't. But let's do this. Make something new, and we could just come up with something to make. Or we could go into kind of any kind of audio stuff or questions that you may have. Or we could do some basic how Ableton works stuff. Any votes?
I want to do more Mac stuff.
More Mac stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I second that.
Yeah, okay. Well, then her vote doesn't count.
Yeah.
2-1. Okay, tell me specifically what you would like to know how to do in Macs.
I wanted to see some more crazy patches.
Yeah?
Like,
Okay.
Like just like interesting. Because I want to, what I want to know is just like the potentiality.
Mm.
You know, like.
Because you said that like you really only the best way to use Macs is only when you have to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I can tell you a story about a crazy Macs patch that almost got me kicked out of school. So, well, there's a few. There's a few Macs patches that almost got me kicked out of school.
This is dangerous.
I mean, it can be. I mean, because you can do kind of anything you can imagine with it. I did. So the getting kicked out of school thing is weird. So when I was in grad school, I did a bunch of collaborations with a hacker. That was like my thing for a while. He taught me how to do some dangerous stuff, but he was really good. I was only like an amateur hacker. Like I could read your emails and texts and stuff, but he could like do some real shit. It was fun. So we did this installation in Macs. We did a few installations, three of them that were kind of hacker based, and all of them caused meetings with deans and provosts and things because they were very much in violation of the student code of conduct. The first one, which was the funniest one, was how can I explain this without being like totally vulgar? So this was probably around 2005, it was a long time ago. And what we did is we built a patch that would log into the network on the university and read, so the not vulgar one, but the one that got us in the most trouble was it would log into the network, unencode as much as it could, and then on a big wall outside on the side of the art building, we had projected every password that it saw. So not usernames, just password, just like password, 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 password. So you would walk by it, and once you became in the vicinity of the network hub that was there, it would grab your password. If you had a phone on you, it would grab your password. And it would project it. So like the dean would walk by and like, no one would know that it was her password, right? Because there's no username or no nothing. But your password was there, and everyone saw it, but they didn't know it was yours, but it was still there. So everyone's password showed up on this wall. And it was like bad. It was very bad. We got in a lot of trouble. We didn't get kicked out of school. And we kind of turned it into like a sort of a political statement where like, this shouldn't have been as easy as it was. So maybe you should lock your network down a little bit more. But all it was Max with a little bit of Java to get into the networks. And it would be a lot harder now because of encryption and stuff. Newer encryption, that's more difficult. But it was pretty fun. And it's so weird, right? Like, if you saw your password projected on the side of a building, it would give you like kind of a crazy panic, right? But nobody would know it. No one would know it was yours. They would just know that it's a password. And they wouldn't know what it was for. It could be your email password, it could be a website password. Whatever your phone was trying to log into, usually email, that's what would show up. So that was a crazy one. There was another one, the vulgar one was accidentally vulgar. What it was we wrote a patch and then put it on this little computer. It was about this big. And then we went to like a toy store and we bought a like a Care Bear. This little kid's toy, right? It was like a stuffed bear. And like when you hug it, it says, "I love you," or it says something. It's got a little voice box in it, right? So we replaced the voice box with this little computer running Max. And what it did, very innocently, is that it just logged into local chat networks. So Discord-like things where people were chatting. This is on the campus of the University of Minnesota. So if you think about at the time when like chat networks were kind of big, on a big university campus, what are probably the most popular chat rooms happening? Because it was set up to log into the most popular thing it could find and then just start reading it. So the most popular things on a college campus at the time are obviously porn. So this cute little Care Bear was in this gallery. It was like on display, and you would walk up to it, you would hug it, and it would just start reading these chat rooms.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, which were like horrible, horrible things came out of this little Care Bear. It was really funny, but it was not seen as a good use of artistic integrity by.
That's a funny way of
Decline
like
books.
random things for it to say that.
Yeah.
Like it almost
That was
like it's
the
a
thing.
little sentient.
Yeah.
little thing.
He was like, let's just make it log into this server and just read stuff. And we honestly just thought it would just read random stuff. We didn't think it would just always be like the most vile things it could come up with, but it was always the most vile thing. So that's not a good use of it. Not a good use of Max at all, but if you want to know how far it can go, my bread and butter for many years was as a performer on like data gloves that I made, and that was all driven by Max. My dissertation was a concerto for me as like glovist and strings and video. And I had a pretty complicated rig. It was all Max. So it was a little bit of circuitry to build everything, but it all connected to a computer, and it was all done in Max. And then I had a set of pedals. So there was 10 pedals that let me play. So I had 8 notes, these notes. Each of these would trigger a note. And then the pedals kind of sort of worked like harp pedals, right? So they would let me play chromatically with my 8 notes. But they would also, some of them would just set up banks of samples, so I could play drums and stuff. Those were really big Max patches to accomplish that kind of stuff. Those are the biggest ones I can think of that I made. I don't have those anymore. That Max Patch that ran my glove rig was all built on.
What did the glove do?
It did a few different things. So I had sensors on each finger, except for this one, so that when you bent a finger down to about the 2/3 point, it would trigger. So it would either trigger notes or samples, depending on what I had set up to do. So I could like just play melodies, whatever.
I've seen musicians now like have like a glove system like, where they'll like play, you know, whatever instrument it has.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
trigger events.
Yeah, switch trigger stuff. And then I also had accelerometers on it that were mostly usually set to a filter, so that if I wanted to just be more expressive, I could like do this, do like little filter sweeps, like move stuff around. And yeah, I played on those things. I went all over the world with those things for a while. And
It seems like really marketable. Like, if it's not hard.
it was.
Yeah.
It was, I didn't like it though. It was really scary. Because like they were hard. It was a really hard instrument to play.
Kind of like theremin.
Yeah, it was a lot like theremin. But imagine like having a theremin on each finger. That was basically what it was. And things would happen where like I'd have to play some complicated beat, and like I would know that like, you know, this finger I have to trigger like an eighth note ahead because something's going weird with it, so I gotta trigger an eighth note ahead. This one I gotta trigger like a quarter note triplet ahead. This one I gotta trigger like a 16th note triplet behind. So like there were all these like really complicated things. And it was like stressful. It was so all these gigs, and then I ended up playing in like this like rock, this pop band. It's kind of like a heavy rock band kind of thing with them for a while. That was even weirder because they were playing like arena kind of venues. So and I had to like control tracks and backing tracks with my pedals while like trying to be a musician, and then sometimes I had to play guitar at the same time. So I had a mute switch, so I would basically like turn my left hand sensors off so that I could play guitar, and then I had all my picks velcroed out. It got really weird and complicated. This is a weird point in my life. Elliot was around for some of that, I think. So there's like videos around of that, but that was like when my life was absorbed in Max like a lot, and really difficult. It's just a lot of stress to like go on stage, like making stuff like this that's like fun, cool effects. That's fun, but to walk out on stage with a Max Patch is like a good way to give yourself a heart attack, in my experience. I don't even like doing like interactive projects very much anymore. Like a lot of people are doing like instrument with Max as an interactive, you know, piece. Have you guys ever done any of those? No. Keith, that pianist who's coming this week, Keith Kirkhoff, he does a ton of that. He does a ton of pieces for piano and electronics, where he's controlling a laptop, he's playing, and there's like live processing happening. I really don't even like doing that anymore. I just like non-real-time stuff. It's just way less stressful. I go to significant lengths to avoid stress in my life, I think. I have a pretty low-stress life. I like to keep it that way. So I don't do a whole lot of performing anymore. I don't do a whole lot of live real-time stuff. I write music. I give it to people. They give me money. Transaction over. I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah. So anyway, okay. So you wanted to go. Tell me more about Max. What we want to know.
Like more sound design, like making weird things to put in music. You know, just getting some absurd, like crazy sound.
Absurd, crazy sound. Okay.
Crazy, well, music crazy.
No, I get it. So you want to generate sounds.
Like weird noises.
Yeah. Let me tell you about why Max is the wrong tool for that.
I've built so much time in my head that it would be useful.
Say that again?
I've just entertained the idea that it would be a good tool for a while.
Well, it's not a bad tool. The problem is it's not a tool. The problem is you have to build that tool. Like, you could do some crazy sound design stuff in Max, but you're gonna have to figure out what that crazy thing is and then build it. You know what I mean? Max out of the box doesn't do anything. So you could find some programs that people have made in Max that'll do some cool sound design stuff. But there are a bunch of programs already out there that do really cool sound design stuff. And so I would say, use those first. And then, if you hear something and you're like, oh, I really like what that's doing, but I wish it did it slightly different, then make your own in Max. You know, make your own version of it in Max. So, let me tell you about a few programs that'll blow your mind. The first one that comes to mind is probably the hardest to use, the hardest to find, and really frustrating, but it is the most advanced and unique sound design tool I've ever encountered. I don't even know if they're still selling it. It's called the Composer Desktop Project. Composers with an S. Composer's Desktop Project. There's this very eccentric British composer named Trevor Wishart. And what's Trevor?
How do you spell his last name?
W-I-S-H-A-R-T, I think? That might be wrong. It's close.
You're probably getting close enough.
Yeah. So Trevor Wishart does like weird like vocal stuff, like where he'll like put a mic like deep down his throat and do this really weird stuff. It's really weird. He's a very strange individual, but he knows how to code very well, and so since the 80s, he's been writing these little programs that do weird stuff. Like he's got this little program that he wrote in C that like takes every third sample, like you've got an audio file, right? And it's made of 44,100 samples per second. It's like every third one, and like multiply it by pi and put it back together. It's like the craziest sounding stuff, you know, like just weird stuff. So one of his students, as I understand it, wrote a wrapper for all of these crazy weird little programs he has. So basically one program that they all run inside of, and that program is called the Composer Desktop Project. For a while, it wasn't available anywhere. I got a copy of it around 2007 or so when I was a student and I went to a thing just like this. I went to like a composer thing, but the one I went to was in Paris. And Trevor came to give a talk. And when he went to lunch, he left a copy of the software on the desk. And I stole it. That's how I got my copy. And then I had my hacker friend that we were just talking about come and help me install it because it's really hard. It's hard to get it to run. I think there might now, at some point, someone made a new UI for it that was easier. So if you can get your hands on it and get it to run, it's just a bunch of weird little programs. It's ugly as hell, but it does some of the most unique stuff you'll ever find anywhere. Just like, you know, all non-real-time stuff. So like, you're going to give it an audio file, set a bunch of parameters, tell it, okay, go. It'll process for a few minutes, and then here's your sound. So just like, yeah, like stuff that I didn't even understand what it was doing. Just like that, probably he didn't understand what it was doing. Just like crazy thing, and then let me see. Let's look. Composer's desktop project. It also had the name Soundloom for a minute. CDP. It still exists, or at least the website does. Yeah, it's updated in 2023. New. Look at this website. Yeah.
That was designed in the 90s.
Around 80 new processes, new wavetable distortion, multi-channel, PVOC processes, vocal processing tools, of course. Synthesis waveform generating tools. There's some download CDP 8. Unstablesound.net. That sounds about right. Okay, something. See if that loads. I'd be surprised. Oh, hey, there it is. Look at the CDP download page. Windows Mac. He's just giving it away for free. Why didn't I know about this? If this works, if this downloads and runs without problem, then like, I'm just gonna sit in my hotel for like a week and do that. So I'll see you guys later. This is a crazy weird program. What do we got? And Soundloom. Wow. So CDP is the name of the collection of programs, and Soundloom is the name of the GUI, the user interface that one of his students made for it. It used to be that Soundloom was free, but CDP was like a bunch of money or something. Okay? Well, I'll see if that downloads. It's going pretty slow. So that's the first thing that comes to mind for crazy sound design stuff. Second thing that comes to mind is what we were talking about at lunch, Super Collider. Super Collider is especially good for synthesis. You can make some really clean, really unique synth elements with Super Collider. It is hard to use. Super Collider exists as basically, it's a Java-like language, and it's like just like a blank screen, like type code, like that's all you get. So it's tricky to learn.
Is it worth it?
If you're really into synthesis, yeah, it's worth it. I don't use it. I probably will. I don't use it.
Sounds like something that's happening at CERN, right? Like-
Probably, yeah. A lot of people are working on it, or have been working on it.
What's its different approach? What can it do that the other programs can't?
I think because you only have a text interface, you can be extremely specific. You can say,
Well, like C-Sound does that.
it's very C-Sound-like, but I think the results you get out of Super Collider are much more modern sounding. At least the examples that I know of, I suppose both of them, I mean, probably.
Like you're saying, like it has maybe a more analog type
Yeah,
sound. Or,
maybe. But I learned Super Collider at one point, and I said, this is awesome, but I'm done. it was just a lot to keep track of. And because it's like synthesis, it's non-real-time synthesis. So like it doesn't exist in a DAW. So like if you want to make something with Super Collider, you type it in and it renders. It says, here's your file that does that thing. And then you got to take that file and dump it into your DAW and build a piece of music with it. So it's so cumbersome to use, you know. I wouldn't. So it just doesn't fit into my workflow, like at all. So Super Collider, really easy one that's great for making sounds is SoundHack. Familiar with SoundHack? Oh, SoundHack's great. Do I have SoundHack in here?
All one word.
Yeah. I don't have it on this computer yet. SoundHack exists in two forms. There's a bunch of
Is it free?
yeah.
I may have been here a long time ago.
Okay.
It's looking
There's a few plugins under the name SoundHack, and then there's one standalone app that maybe he's still updating, maybe he hasn't updated in a while. SoundHack is kind of like the project of this guy named Tom Erb, who he made it for a while, and then he kind of stopped because he got a job as like the head audio dude for Apple, and then he
shit.
yeah, and then I think he kind of quit that, and now he's doing a little bit of SoundHack stuff again, but it's a great program, again, for non-real-time stuff. So you take a file, open it in SoundHack, choose one of the options for processing it, which there are like 10. There's like 10 things you can do to this file. And you'll get a little window, and you can adjust parameters and play with it, and then hit go, and it'll render some file. I've had good luck. In fact, there was a bug in that program for a long time called the infinity bug, where you could say, I want you to stretch this file out, like in really high quality, like take every single sample and like meticulously like stretch it out a little bit more, so it's really clean sound. But there was a little box that said, how long do you want it? And if you did just the right thing, it would say negative infinity there for the length desired. Meaning infinity, negative infinity. So one night, like I hit go on negative infinity, and let it run for like 4 days, and it basically generated like an entire piece of music for me, and it was like my calling card at like the electronic music festivals for a long time. Like I was going all over the place, like getting this piece programmed. That was just like almost straight up just the output of the negative infinity bug. It was really cool.
What's happening exactly in that bug?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Is it just like kind of like a granular synthesis kind of thing? Like is it
Yeah,
just
it's very granular synthesis.
Okay.
Why is my computer miserable? Oh, here it is. It's this. So I gave it this tiny little choir sample. That's not it.
Is this on your computer or is this?
Yeah.
Is it on Apple Music?
I don't think this is. Let's try to download it again. Dumb. So I gave it this little choir sample, and it basically stretched it apart to where you hear each individual sample, and it's just going like slowly trying to put back together this choir sample. And it kind of, at some point, sounded like a helicopter flying over, and this like elements of the choir there. So I don't know, it was beautiful, so I just kept it.
Yeah, have you ever listened to like the Jurassic Park theme song, like Slow Down, like 2,000 times or something?
No, I've listened to some of those, not that one in particular.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah.
But I imagine this sounds different than that.
Probably. Here's another really weird program. So if you take SoundCloud, or not SoundCloud, SoundHack. Take SoundHack, but then like make it, pretend like it was rewritten by like people who do acid every day of their life. You would get this program called Argophone's Liar.
Argophone? How do you spell that?
No idea.
Sorry for the spelling bee.
It's got an umlaut in it somewhere. Argophone's Liar. That.
Okay.
This is the weirdest program I've ever used, and I love it. I think my internet is just like insanely slow right now. Yeah, what do I think?
Yeah, that happened to me earlier.
Really?
It came back.
Okay, so this program, Argophone's Lyre, it's a lot like SoundHack and what it can do. It's a free program, but this one is like so weird because there's like no documentation, and the processes have nonsensical names. So you'll be like, I'm going to give you an audio file, and you go to process, and then it'll say, I would like to do the lobster quadrille to it. Doesn't say what that is, just says watch something. You get a bunch of number boxes that come up. Type in some numbers. Okay. Doesn't say what each number does at all. Then you hit process. You'll get this little ballerina spinning while it processes. And then it insists on saving the file for you automatically and giving it a name itself, which it randomly generates, and they're usually like somewhere between funny and offensive. I don't know who makes this program. I don't know, it's just weird. It's just so weird.
Is there an example on YouTube right there?
My like whole thing is like
Is it because the Ableton's probably running a lot?
maybe. Okay. It's also maybe still trying to download CDP.
What country was this made?
I don't know. There's like 6 different languages in the program, so like you don't really know. It's like kind of Greek.
Is that an example of something that was created in the program?
This video? I don't know. It's not gonna play right now because we're stuck on something. Like. Sure, download it. The lobster quadrille.
It sounds like some early modular synthesis.
Kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah, like Hermes, merits of the Olympians, was the god of the shepherd's tribe. I mean, it's like so weird and random, and I love it. It's like somebody's crazy art project.
Wait a minute, that illustration, I've seen that before, I think, in Delaire's book of Greek myths.
Really?
Yeah.
I know
Kind of like
the lobster quadrille is a thing. It's like a weird, obscure reference to something in literature. Is it Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It might be Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is where that's from. It's just crazy. But it's a crazy fun program. And I think like the lack of understanding of what's happening in it is actually really helpful in a way. Because then you don't get like bogged down in like trying to figure out what each process does. You just like click some stuff and here process.
Oh, it's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So yeah, actually.
So experiment with those programs. SoundHack, Argophone's Lyre, and maybe CDP are all free programs. So those are all great. To be honest though, when I'm writing music, the tools that I'm using, 95% of what I'm using to make my music is in Ableton. Like the Ableton synthesizers, and processing those, adding effects, filters.
The ones that Ableton built themselves, or?
Yeah, maybe some outside stuff, but a lot of those, I use FMAs.
Like Massive or?
Yeah, I don't use Massive so much, but FMA is made by Native Instruments. For the synthwave stuff that I've been doing lately, that's very FM synthesis heavy, so FMA is good for that. I use some weirder plugins. I like to get some kind of new sounds. I like the plugins put out by a company called Glitch Machines. That company is run by a friend of mine who's a brilliant sound designer named Ivo Ivanov. Ivo does sound design for Apple and like big Hollywood shit. He's like a brilliant, amazing guy. If you look him up, he's like the meanest looking dude. He looks like a big, scary Russian dude. He is a big, scary Russian dude. He's actually a sweetheart.
What does he use for music creation?
Reaper. A lot of video game dudes, he does a lot of video game work. A lot of video game dudes like Reaper for some reason. I don't really know why, but we just do. So he uses obviously Glitch Machines plugins a lot because he makes them. And some of the Glitch Machine plugins now have a bunch of sounds that I made built into them because, this is a long story, but the short version is a hydrophone is an underwater microphone. It's a microphone designed to go underwater, right? So I borrowed 2 hydrophones from Evo when I went on this residency in the North Pole, right? The ship thing I was talking about at lunch. And when I was up there, I was in a little raft in the Arctic Ocean, and I threw these over the side with wires, and I was recording sounds in the ocean. And this story just gets dumber and dumber, but basically like a walrus ate the microphone and kind of chased our little boat. Walruses are huge, by the way, and terrifying. So they chased us and it ate my microphone. And but on that trip, I recorded like a ton of sounds of the Arctic and of the North Pole. And so I got back, I went to Evo and said, look, dude, here's one of your microphones. The other one is in the belly of some walrus somewhere. And I was like, so I'm gonna pay for it, I'm gonna pay you back, whatever. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. How about you just let me use those sounds you made and some Glitch Machine stuff and I'll leave it. I was like, great, sure. So some of my stuff is in the Glitch Machines thing, some of my Arctic samples. Because the walrus ate my microphone.
Did you get to record the sound of the walrus eating the microphone?
Yes, we did, recorded. For a while, I mean, up until the cable yanked out. Because, well, it's a long story, but yeah. It doesn't sound as good as you would think. Because hydrophones don't record like normal mics. They're basically a contact mic. You can make a hydrophone really, really easily. They're really easy to make. These were nicer ones, but a hydrophone, the like home version of a hydrophone, very simple. You take a contact mic, which is like $2 at Radio Shack. Take a contact mic, you put it in a condom, and put it on a string. That's it. That's a hydrophone. It's just like a contact mic wrapped in rubber. So when the walrus ate it, you basically just hear you hear this kind of thing hitting a contact microphone and then it just cuts out. So it's not as interesting as you would hope. Cool. So hopefully that's a good takeaway for the afternoon is all those programs that we just talked about. Some Mac stuff. Well, let's call it a day. Are we going to get about out of time? Yeah, we got a few minutes. I mean, any questions about anything? Anything else you want to talk about?
We covered some cool stuff.
Cool stuff, yeah. I'm very excited to discover that CDP is online. We'll see if that downloads, and I'll see if I can get it running and do some weird tricks to get it running. We'll talk about it. I'll walk you through it tomorrow, how I got it running. Because if it's the same as it used to be, like, oh man, I had to write an audio file player in Java and then stick it in some weird folder somewhere. I vaguely remember how we did that. Okay. Let's call it good. I had fun. I hope you had fun. Feel free the rest of the week. Obviously, you can grab me and talk about this stuff anytime you want. I'm here to be a nerd. So, yeah, if anything comes up, we can chat over lunch or whatever. And tomorrow, we'll do a bunch of business stuff. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna talk about making some money. Cool. Let's call it a day.